So we will start our agenda with the item 1, opening business, call public session to order. We are hereby called to order. And 1B is roll call and quorum. Rosie.
Thank you. Sophia?
Here.
Kimberly?
Here.
Carmen?
Here.
Mary Beth? Here. Lisa is not here yet, but we have quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And item 1C, Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina, would you do the honors? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Item 2, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? So moved. Seconded.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We have 4 plus 1.
Great. Okay. Next, item 3, communications, and we will start with public comments. And so a few friendly reminders for public comments for this agenda item, as well as for hearings and other agenda items. They are an opportunity to provide a comment to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, so as is typical for most meetings of public agencies, we allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this total time at the discretion of the board and board president and consent of the board. So I'd like to ask members of the public to share the same viewpoint. Please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff or follow-up, though please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge, our superintendent, directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we will only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic, including public comments, with the option for speakers to pass on their requests after the presentation if the comment has thus been sufficiently addressed. So with that, we have one public comment tonight, not pertaining to the agenda. Carly Rogers, you come to the podium.
Sophia, that's for item 5C.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So for public comments, we have not received
Item 5C. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, I didn't see. So in that case, we'll come to that later when we have item 5C. And we have no public comments, correct? Okay, nothing online. Okay, great. So with that, we will move to item 3B, Employee Organizations Report. So we'll start with CUTA. Tom Cox, I presume? What's that? And Tom had to turn on the mic, right? Press the little face. Okay, press the little face with the.
Do I need a?
The TV needs a mic.
Oh, the TV. All right. First of all, I got to introduce myself. My name is Tom Cox. I am taking back over this job, which I really don't want to. So I'm not happy to be here. I'm doing it because I came to the board meetings last year and kind of saw what was going on and realized that I need to step back up once again. I saw at the last, the meetings I came to, it seemed pretty obvious that the teachers were kind of falling on deaf ears. Things were not moving. So I kind of have stepped up this year to take the role once again of president. The second thing that I wanted to say was just the budget. And you guys are going to talk about the budget later. And I hope that everyone, I look at the TV, I hope everyone knows that the budget, if you look at it, it seems that there's been a lot of overspending. So it seems there's a spending problem. And as I go through it and I sat down with some experts and people that looked at it, they said they're spending a lot of money. And it looks like the spending is all over the place, but not really with teachers. So something's going on there. So hopefully that whatever happened, something's going to happen. We're going to figure that out. Someone's going to have to explain why they did it, where the money went there, and why it went there. so that all those details are out public so we know what's going on. The next thing I want to talk about is housing. I saw there's a meeting next Thursday. I had about 25 teachers come up to me and say, what's going on? They seem to be very clueless on this. I said, and then someone said there was a Google form that went out a couple of years ago or something about information. Once again, as I'm the president, I'm hoping that instead of forms that you come and talk to the staffs and really find out what they want. As the staff was telling me today, what they really want is they want a livable wage so that they can live wherever they want. Some want to live in Belmont, some want to live in San Francisco, people want to live all over the place. So they were really saying that, they want a livable wage. And also being, again, a history teacher, those type of things make me nervous. When I hear that type of what we're doing, it makes me go back to our history and say, okay, there's going to be, you're working on the company, you're going to work, then you go home where the company is, and it just, I hope we're not headed in that direction. I know some districts are. I'm hoping that we can be districts where students, because I don't feel everyone has to live where they work. I think sometimes it's beneficial to be living somewhere else where they want to live. So there's something to think about. Hopefully you come and talk to the teachers and really get their information. Other things, this is institutional knowledge, and sometimes I wish I didn't have it. And people tell me, Tom, you've been around too long. I've been here for like 36 years. So it's been a long time, so I know I've been in and out with Cabrillo, and I've seen a lot go on. It's kind of depressing, and I feel kind of defeated when I kind of think about our institutional and how things have changed. And I'm going to give you an example. When I was negotiating years ago, and the superintendent said, Tom, what district do you want to be compared to? And I said, we're not going for Las Lomitas. We're not going for Menlo Park. We're not going for even Belmont. And we picked a district. We agreed. We said that district gets the same funding. That district is very similar. That's a district. And so we worked really hard to equal that district at the low point and at the high point. And we redid the whole salary schedule. It was a big move, a massive move. And everyone felt really good about it. Well, why I'm depressed is knowing that knowledge and then handing yesterday a friend of mine who is now on that negotiating team, they settled once again this year. They have a superintendent who came in last year and said, I'm taking care of the teachers and same funding, and they are now 10,000 starting above us and 20,000 ending above us. And that was kind of depressing because that was a drastic and just decision making. What are the choices going to be? And they made different decisions. The other thing is board relationships. I'm hoping that the board will reach out to me and come talk to me. Old board members used to always, when I was the president, one lady would come and visit me once every couple of weeks and come storming in my room or say, can we meet for coffee or can we meet? We need to talk. And we would try to brainstorm and do things as much as we could and talk as much as we could. I'm hoping that the superintendent will start to reach out. I've had, when I was the board president the CUTA president, I've had times when I've had closed door sessions with assistant superintendents, with superintendents, but we knew one another, we could yell at one another, but we walked away after professionally, and we were all looking after the teachers. So I'm hoping that after the students, and I'm hoping we get back to that kind of an institution where everyone is kind of working for the same thing. More kind of information I kind of want to talk about is when we talk about teachers. A couple years ago, I coach a lot of basketball, I do a lot of things to keep I keep myself busy. Well, I was sitting at the bench before my games, and about 4 parents came up, and they sat next to me, and they started talking to me. And it was, I think, last year or the year before, and they sat down, and they go, Mr. Cox, what are we going to do? My kid has substitutes for teachers. They don't have one in this class, and they don't have one in this class. And they were distraught, and they were talking about all sorts of things. And they kept telling me, the only thing that I care about, these were parents, are where is my kid, who's teaching them, and what is their sixth period like? Do they have teachers that are inspiring them? Do they have teachers that they want to laugh with, talk to, learn to? That's all they care about. So I always have to remind us that they are going to the classes. I know when my kids came home, all I wanted to know about was their teachers. I said, were they happy? Were they inspired? And hopefully they were. It was a great year if they were, and things went really well. The other thing I kind of wanted to talk about is teaching's a profession. So like when you finish school, my dad said, don't go into teaching because you're not going to make any money, you're going to be poor, and all that kind of stuff. He kept telling me that, and I went into it. And I went into something that I was hoping was going to be a career, right? I mean, I'm proud. I love what I do. And Kurt Murray, who's a science teacher, if you guys don't know about Cunha, I would give him a bad time because on back to school night, he dresses up. And I give him a bad time and I say, Kurt, back to school night, that's not who you're here for. You're here during the day. You should be professional. That's your career, is during the day. And Kurt, we always have good discussions about this. And I just want to remind that this should be. You get 6 years of education, you go through, you should be inspired to be a career. You should be proud of this career. And what it's becoming now, and I hope it's not, and I hope we change, is becoming a job. And there's a big difference between a job and a career. And I want these young teachers that I have that are fabulous, I don't want them leaving, I want them to be in the career for life. I want them to be inspired, get better, and I want them to stay in this profession. I'm just hoping, even in this community, I really hope so. Next, the last thing is you're going to look behind me, and there's going to be no teachers. I told the teachers, stop. Don't come. Go and watch the football game. Thursday night, it's football time. Go enjoy your Thursday night rest before Friday when you have your 150 kids coming back again. Don't do that. But what this means is I don't want you to think that we're not active. So we are going to be more active, and but we're outside, and we're going to have to do what we have to do. Now, what I'm hoping for, my last plea, is that we don't have to go in these directions, and that we quickly solve these problems and move forward, and that things get real better real quickly, and that we can all feel really comfortable in the same decision making we're doing. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. All right, up next, 3B2, CSEA representative. Do you have CSEA here? I do not see. So we'll move on. 3C, board members report. Who would like to go first? Kim.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone who's here this evening. First up, it was right after our last board meeting that it was Senator Becker and Assemblyman Berman honored Alas and Belinda Arriaga with Nonprofit of the Year and Woman of the Year. And I just wanted to lift that up as being a quite lovely event. And Sophia was able to say a few words on behalf of the district as well. So really, I'm grateful to live in Half Moon Bay and amongst our network of nonprofits that do sincerely work together. I had the opportunity to travel to Michigan and to Arkansas this past month. And in the news every night in Arkansas was workforce housing and the ability to attract teachers. I don't think it's an either or, it is a yes and. When you have escalating costs of living in different regions. And so I know how vitally important lifting up and meeting the needs of our teachers are. And I really look forward to the community hearing more about what options we may have for the workforce housing, because I do believe that to be a yes and component. And I'll take you up, Tom, on a chance to visit soon. I'll send you my number. So that's all I have tonight. Thanks.
Who wants to go next?
I can go on quick. Just wanted to welcome everybody back to school. Everything's getting going again. All the committees are getting going again. Budget committee, environmental committee, all these committees are starting to meet, so we've been busy with those. And I just want to encourage people to come to the housing public sessions to hear about what's been going on with the planning for that, and also get input on what people think. I've heard a lot of people saying, you know, oh, have they thought about this or thought about this? And I want people to know that there's been a lot of thought and a lot of time put into this project to get it to this point. It's not like this started last week. So please do attend those sessions. I think it's pretty interesting what they're thinking to do, and also would love the feedback. So try to make those. That's it. Thanks.
Carmen, go to the next.
I again want to say thank you for coming. It's good to see all your faces. And yes, budget. I was at the budget advisory meeting last night, and thank you, Jesus. That was really interesting. And also, my kids are back in school this month, and I'm back at work, so everything's really hitting me all at once. And yeah, a lot to think about. So thank you.
Trying to get myself together. I apologize once again for being late, but I'm here. Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Y otra vez disculpa por llegar tarde. Nada más quería dejarles saber, mañana es el primer día del mes de la herencia hispana y quiero, siendo una hispana yo, también quiero dejar saber a la comunidad si hay una oportunidad para hacer algo de la cultura o nada más platicar con alguien en cualquier forma, una forma de celebrarlo. Y también quería decirle gracias a todos los maestros por todo, en todas las escuelas, por el regreso a clases. Yo sé que a veces es difícil, están cansados, todavía tienen que quedarse. Para los padres, y en mi cultura es una gran forma de respeto. Nosotros tenemos mucho respeto a los padres. Muchas gracias por estar allí, por su profesionalismo. Sí que me da mucho gusto que hagan traducciones por escrito para los maestros que no hablan español. Podemos mejorar porque a veces algunos no leemos tan fluido el español y estamos ahí, pero salimos más confundidos que con respuestas de lo que está pasando. Y tengan paciencia todos los maestros con los papás, porque estamos en nuestra propia manera, estamos tratando de apoyar a nuestros alumnos y a veces es difícil. ¿Y qué más? Estuve en el comité ¿cómo se dice? Básicamente del medio ambiente, sí, gracias, del medio ambiente. Y es muy importante que esas cosas que a veces no hacemos o que no tomamos en cuenta nos va a ayudar para que este planeta y esta tierra esté aquí por mucho tiempo más para las generaciones que vienen. Y estaba tratando de buscar en mi programa y quiero agradecer a Catalina porque va a ser participante de una serie de pláticas de la herencia hispana que algunos miembros hispanos del condado de San Mateo estamos tratando de organizar. Yo no estoy tan involucrada como otros miembros de aquí del condado de San Mateo, pero es un orgullo. El primero se va a celebrar mañana y vamos a tener varios personas que fueron importantes y que son importantes en nuestra cultura y en la comunidad. Y vamos a tener un panel de estudiantes. Catalina va a ser la representante de nuestro distrito. Muchas gracias. Y con eso voy a tratar de acordarme que dije en inglés. I just want to say thank you and welcome everybody. what did I just say? I just thank you, everybody, and I wanted to say thank you to the teachers for all the back to school nights. I know you guys are tired. I know it's been a hard day, and I don't know. I can only imagine. I'm sorry, I do not know. I can only imagine how hard it must be, and so for you to show up and be there is very important. In the Latino community, there is a lot of respect for teachers, and we have a lot of respect for you as our teachers of our students. So thank you so much. Thank you for being there. Thank you for showing your professionalism. It does mean a lot. And I do appreciate that there were a lot of the presentations that the teachers were going through were in Spanish and English, but unfortunately, hopefully down the road we could do better. We could do better communicating with those parents, because unfortunately a lot of the times those are the parents that have the kids that are falling through the gaps, that need the support. So thank you for doing that. Some of the presentations were so quick because, for example, now that my daughter is in Cunha, the periods, it's not like one homeroom, so I know it's difficult for translation, but thank you everybody for being there. What else? And then I wanted to say, Catalina, tomorrow's the beginning of the National Hispanic Month, I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I wanted to thank Catalina. There are several board members in San Mateo County who have come up with a series of events that will happen this month. And Catalina will be representing Cabrillo as one of our student panel participants for Cabrillo, who will be talking regarding education and whatnot. The first series of events, and I know it was publicized through the district, will be tomorrow, Friday, at the Performing Arts in San Mateo. So if anybody gets a chance, you're more than welcome to the event. And there will be speakers who are and have been very important historically in the Hispanic culture here in our county and in our state. I did attend the environmental committee, and that was really cool. It's so important to not take for granted, our Mother Earth, and make sure that we take care of her. Every little thing counts, and so that she's here for our generations to come. And like always, I always offer. I'm not saying that my time is more valuable than anybody's, but anyone's always more than welcome to reach out to me and to talk to me. Communication is a two-way door. So if anyone, I've always tried to do it. It would be impossible for me to reach out to everyone. So if there was anybody who needs or would like to speak to me, I always welcome you and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lizette. I'd like to second the official welcome back to the new school year to everybody. It seems like we've been here for a while already, but so we're kind of like almost halfway through the first quarter. So big thanks, of course, to all the teachers, the staff, and the volunteers as well. I want to acknowledge who have worked tirelessly to welcome students back on campus and set them up in this first month or so for the start to the new year. Our teachers, fabulous teachers, of course, directly welcoming students in the day-to-day with the primary interactions. But I also want to acknowledge the staff indirectly supporting those students, be it the administrative assistants, our registrars, our health aides. Like, there's a lot of our nutrition specialists that serve the food, the custodians that are cleaning up after them and all the mess that they make. The bus drivers that are driving them to school, when they're eligible for that service, the audiologists, the psychiatrists, the counselors. There's so many people and functions that have a massive impact on the students, and I feel so happy when I see people working together in that regard and really holding hands with one another. It makes me sad when I see people stepping on one another, and that unfortunately happens sometimes too, to be on top or to not be on the bottom sometimes. I think that's where that can come from. And I think unfortunately that doesn't really serve any of us, and especially doesn't serve our kids. So I love seeing those moments when there's a synergy and a dynamic spark between staff and sometimes even volunteers and parents working together to say, you know, how are we going to serve this student and our population of students as best as we can, knowing there are constraints. We can't, you know, we have different opinions about what good looks like. Ultimately, Dr. McFetridge sets our direction and our goals in terms of the day-to-day operations, and as a board, we set kind of more the high-level policy. But I think that will be my vision for this year, and my hope for this year is that we see one another in all our roles, not as above or below us, but really as equal partners, be they a parent that doesn't speak English, be they a student that's acting out in class because they have whatever reasons, being a teacher, being a custodian, whatever it is, be it, you know, and, you know, ultimately, it's our students that we're all here for, and I think if we can have open minds about how we operationalize ourselves as the grown-ups to work together, because guess what? What we do today should not look like what we did 30 years ago. And what we do today is impacting what the future is going to look like for the grandkids of the adults in this room. And so that to me is a lot of the impetus behind our work around employee housing. That is the direction public education is going in the K-12, just like college. This is not a new concept in the field of education, just has been moving from secondary to out to primary schools and high schools as well. So there are countless districts in the Bay Area that are already embarking on this. It will become the norm. And so right now it is a competitive advantage, and it probably will be for the next 5 to 10 years. 20 years come back, it's going to be a given. In many regions that are known to be high cost of living like ours, and even as Kim said, as you said, about pockets here and there that you never had thought, but really, ultimately it comes down to as an individual, as a family, or as an organization, we do the best that we can using what we have. So if you have something you can sell and you need the money, you maybe sell it. If you have something that you can build, because I do this with it's how I eat a lot. Some of you guys know my cooking habits tend to be a little Iron Chef because I'll use leftovers and I'll use what I have. And I think as a school district, that's what we need to do as well. Okay. Thank you. That's good. So that's how I view what we're doing and how we're evolving what we're doing. It's going from kind of the models that we had in public education of 10, 20, 30, 50 years ago, to that were fairly simple and straightforward, and there's something beautiful about that. But in the world today, it's not. We're serving more students. We are committed to serving more students that previous decades were left behind. Full stop. We're basically on the pipeline to bad places, and we've changed that too. And so to do that, we need to really realign how we're doing it, and it's uncomfortable sometimes, and that's okay. You need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. I'm comfortable with being uncomfortable, for sure. Simply sitting here for 4 hours is a little uncomfortable. But besides that, just kind of stretching ourselves as a community, thinking about things in a different way, ultimately for not only the students of today, but like ultimately when we have their next generation to come. So I'm super excited for the Brews and Views event next Thursday. It'll be at the Half Moon Bay Brewing Company. We were thrilled to get an invitation from Lenny Mendoza, who runs the show there. And we'll be there, Sean and I will be there, sharing a little bit about the project as we, with the homework that we've done so far. With our supporting team, and we'll also have 2 community meetings following that that went out. I know Rosie sent an email out yesterday, I think it was, 2 community meetings following that, September 23rd and October 5th. There'll be sessions in English and there'll be sessions in Spanish to try to facilitate and streamline and create like kind of just comfortable, easy conversations. And I know that's oftentimes a preference that we hear from our Spanish-speaking families as well. So I would encourage people to join any or all of these meetings, honestly, with an open mind, because I think this is something new that that hasn't been discussed in our community because it's new. It's kind of like a circular argument. But this is our chance to have conversations open and yeah, just imagine the future and what it could look like. And to me, I think the more I get involved in this policy work around education and housing, they're inextricably linked. So I think we need to also kind of think about the broader community perspective and the housing crisis that we're in the Bay Area. And we do have a part to help with that as it suits, you know, the needs of our students. So, anywho, that's kind of what's been on my mind. It's been kind of a slow start to the year in terms of meetings, but as you said, as Maribeth said, it's picking up. It was fun to be at the event camp that you mentioned. Yeah, lots more to come, I think, in the coming months as things start to pick up. So, with that, we will go to our next agenda item, which is the student board member report, item 3D. Catalina.
Okay, so I'm very happy to be back. This is my second year as a student board rep, so I'm very excited to continue. So I have my report from all the schools. So from El Granada, we've had a great start to the year. Students are smiling and we're happy to have them back on campus. Our back to school night was well attended. TK through first grade students enjoyed field trips to the Heel Farm and truly enjoyed the bus ride. Playwork spent the week with us last week and helped us invigorate our recess and lunchtime activities. Stay tuned for a presentation later in the evening from El Granada. Now from Fairlawn View, construction is in full swing at Fairlawn View this fall. Families have been very gracious and understanding as we adjust our routines and procedures accordingly. Families were able to visit classrooms and meet their children's teachers at back to school night last month, and also stop by the garden in our outdoor classroom, which was rejuvenated in partnership with our PTO and Half Bay High School, as well as our native plant garden, which was planted by our current 5th grade students as part of the Coastal Land Trust Junior Land Storage Program. So at Hatch, back to school night took a different format this year. Community organizations were represented to share information about services, CF, Eagle Club, PTO, SEPA, workshop heal program. I got like a bracelet from the Eagle Club like today. The little kids made it because they came and visited. They came. Someone came because we had our school. We had a service jam and they were handing these out. And the little kids made them from the Eagle Club, which was super cute. Our visiting Amity interns were introduced as were our Finnish professors visiting through the Spanish Embassy Exchange Program, all to much applause and appreciation. We hosted our first ELAC and DLAC meeting this week and had 44 family members in attendance, not including several staff members representing ours and other school sites. And then La Costa Adult School is offering classes to Hatch parents each morning after drop-off on the Hatch campus with the objective of helping families successfully navigate English language and educational institutions. Our Art and Action lead and HEAL coordinators are working with the district transition coordinator to involve students transitioning from the Half Bay High School SBC program by inviting them to support art in classrooms and work in the garden. And new wood chips were delivered to our playground and replacement slides will be installed at the end of the month. Music for Minors program launched this week and we are coordinating community partners to bring offerings from the SF Opera Guild and Peninsula Girls Chorus. Matthew Spiegelman volunteered to meet weekly with our Children's Voice Movement student group to guide their environmental impact endeavors. And the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control visited the campus to address some of our unwanted visitors during snack time. And then Stanford University has placed 3 student teachers with our veteran staff. And this week, the program director has been on site observing, meeting and teachers and their interns looking to continue partnership with Hatch and recruit additional mentor teachers. At King Fountain, back to school night was well attended, as well as our biggest fundraiser, Art Fair, which sold out of cookies early on Monday. K through first grade had been Siebel's tested. ELAP and Bridgens were finished 2 this week, and the Heel Farm 828 field trip was fabulous and featured school bus transportation. School buses were very liked. And then finally, Music for Minors was launched this week. At Cunha, our back-to-school night was a great success. We had an exceptional Williams Act audit with the help of our wonderful teaching and custodial maintenance staff. The team from the county was impressed with what they observed on campus. Our fall sports, volleyball, flag football, and cross country are underway and playing their first games this week. And at Half Bay High School hosted a successful inaugural information fair during back-to-school night. Local organizations, various classes, and student groups took opportunity to showcase their offerings dedicated at tables. Number 2, the art department organized an enriching field trip to the D. Young Museum, which students eagerly participated in. Fall sports are in full swing, showcasing their talent and dedication on the field. The leadership class deserves special recognition for their outstanding efforts during our Welcome Back Assembly. It was very fun. One of the student standout moments was the girls' varsity volleyball team's impressive victory against the staff. And then today marked our first real-life learning event, like I talked about earlier, sponsored by the Real Life Learning, featuring over 30 different organizations. We are also excited to announce Half Bay High School is now active on various social media platforms, including Instagram, and families and guardians can follow us for updates and positive news on our high school community. And the community on campus organization is quietly growing. Jay and Leo continue to offer their free tutoring services for math and science. Ron Lunassen, Dan Bernstein, and Alan Bolden teach our computer science class and to continue to support our school. Sorry. And then Pelecitos began the year welcoming ELA teacher Molly Shower and special ed teacher Esley Shear. Will also held a special jamboree for our adult students to help them solidify plans to complete their diplomas or equivalents. A super new addition to our curriculum is our education class, in which students learn about all aspects of equine care, including grooming, equine. I've never read that word. Training techniques, equine, biodynamics, and Western horseback riding. Students will learn from professional guest speakers, including equine veterinarian, chiropractors, various trainers, and more to explore career pathways in the horse industry after high school. 2 more, they're really short. Classes began on September 5th for our regular fall classes. We have open morning ESL classes at the library in Hatch Elementary. The classes at Hatch Elementary, from La Costa Adult School, will be focused supporting children's success at school. In the evening, we will have 5 levels of ESL, as well as our high school diploma and high school equivalency classes. Our joint classes with CSM will begin in October, and the start of our childcare for the evening ESL has to be delayed as we are actively looking for evening childcare site supporter. Anyone interested with the appropriate credential may contact Drew. And then lastly, Los Listos Preschool started with 2 new classes. Our inclusion classroom has a new student, and we are scheduled to have back to school night next week. Students are getting used to the routine and building friendship with classmates, and they're excited for a new school year. And then a couple things from me is that at the high school, we are really getting into the Schoology. It's been a little bit of a rough time, but we're working with it. I still don't know how to use it, but I'm learning. And then I think I've had a very productive summer that has given me a new passion for education, and so I'm really excited to continue on this year. I got to go to a summer camp called Girls Day, where I connected with a bunch of girls my age that are interested in learning about education, learning about our government. So I'm really excited, and I got to work with a camp counselor for Allah, which also kind of put me into really liking working with young kids. So I'm very excited to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catalina. And that brings us to 3E, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you so much. I want to start my comments tonight by acknowledging the board and staff and community members who are convened tonight and who work hard every day to make things better for our students, our staff, and the community we serve. Just yesterday, I was in a meeting where we were discussing the challenges we face in public service. It was a principals meeting, and we were talking about all of the increasing needs and the limited resources that we have to serve those needs, and the difficulties of change and progress and improvement efforts. And yet I remain hopeful and optimistic. The challenges are daunting, but I am mindful of the fact that we are strong and resilient people who can meet those challenges. And they're thorny problems, but I think we have the ability to persevere and make a difference going forward. In particular, I just want to say it gives me so much hope, Catalina, that I was able to connect you with Ms. Cortez, who was able to connect you with Ms. Blanco, who is going to get you on a student panel to help celebrate what they're calling Latino Heritage Month, which starts tomorrow because, of course, we have the Independence Days for Mexico and Central America coming up in the next 2 days. And I just think this is so important. I really want to thank Lizette Cortez for the work you've been doing county-wide with this group, with board members and superintendents of that group to convene people, and especially because the speakers are like super exciting, super exciting speakers. So I think we sent flyers out recently about that and sent resources to teachers so that we can teach the Hispanic Heritage Month, Latino Heritage Month, however you deem that. I also want to comment about optimism and perseverance and struggle and making a difference about LGBTQ History Month on the consent calendar. This will be the first item, yes, and it is the 5th year that we are designating October 2023 as LGBTQ History Month. I won't read the whole proclamation. We've done that in years past, and now we're trying to save time. But it is very important for us to honor the struggles, the advancement, the commitment, the sacrifices, and the work done by LGBTQ leaders for LGBTQ justice, especially in this day and age when this is in the news. But I am very heartened by our partnership with Coast Pride and with the way that our teachers and administrators and all our staff address this. And so I'm looking forward also to celebrating LGBTQ History Month in October. I also had the chance to attend the Environmental Committee the other day, building on our work with getting the Green Ribbon Silver distinction for the district. There's a lot more work to do. The solar, if you're here and you see the event center, the solar panels are starting on the event center. The event center is extremely cost intensive as far as power use. And with those panels and with the upgraded panels that we have in the parking lot here at Cunha, we will be approaching much more efficient and much more environmentally friendly operations here and less costly operations, I should say. And so I think that's important. I also understand that at Hatch, those solar panels, finally PG&E has come over and started to activate that. So I'm looking forward to that. That's another school. As we start to modernize El Granada and Fairlawn View, of course, we'll look at planning on how to work solar there too. And we did have upgrades to the Half Moon Bay High School existing solar panels there too. Back to school nights, it was great to be at back to school nights. I missed Kings Mountain, but I was able to drop in on all the others. And I've just was very heartened to see all our administrators, all our teachers coming together, seeing families, community members that I know at these events. Seeing that is very heartening, reminds us of what we do. I do want to point out too that our strategic plan continues. We had an equity audit presented last June. Those recommendations will be folded into sub-goals, but right now, currently, what is working with the strategic planning focus groups, the steering committee, and the board this Saturday in a special meeting retreat about this is to look at the priorities. Of course, these priorities are academic improvement, focus on equity, looking at the whole child and looking at sustainability, and then looking at goals under those and then sub-goals that we can have. So I appreciate so much too, Dr. Bhatia, especially your leadership with our insight advisors on this to get the strategic plan up and running. And I appreciate the teachers and other staff members and community members and families who are also participating in that steering committee. I do also want to point out that we have a guest tonight with Kevin Poltema, who's a Deputy Superintendent of Business Services for San Mateo County Office of Education, and I so appreciate working with San Mateo County Office of Education during this time. It is true that we are up against a daunting challenge with the budget, and we are not alone as a district in that. I was reading an article today on Chalkbeat. It's like an ed source. Anyway, the article was about the fiscal cliffs that many districts are facing right now because of the decrease in funding from the federal government. It is the case that we had revenues that came in lower than projected after our not last year, but the year before. And so that left us in a place where, we are going to make cuts and we need to align our budget. But it is also the case that we've had deficit spending in this district for years. If you go to board items for the last 20, 30 years, you'll see it repeating as a theme. The COSIDE is different. You are funded differently. And so I take to heart the comment and the criticism that we have that we are spending too much, and we will be addressing that. And Dr. Contreras is working with a budget advisory committee that includes 2 board members and community members who are here. And so that will be ongoing. There will be ongoing presentations. I so appreciate the work of Kevin Voltema and his colleagues, Wendy Richards and Vanita Singh, to help us with this and to get us back on track. But this will be an ongoing project for us, not just this year, but years ahead, to live within our means, knowing that every year our projections, we're not exactly sure if those projections will come in because of the way that the coast side is situated. We are not comparable to, as was mentioned by Mr. Cox earlier, we're not comparable to Las Lomitas or Woodside or, Hillsborough. And there are comparable districts, but you always have to be very careful to look at how those districts are structured. Are they elementary districts? Are they unified districts? There are only 4 unified districts in the county. That's Pescadero, La Honda, South San Francisco, ourselves. That's it. 3. My God, I can't count. That must be my problem. So anyway, I will say that we are all situated very differently. And we all are situated very differently and look at the problem in a different way. I take to heart, and it does not fall on deaf ears, and it has not fallen on deaf ears these last 4 years when I've heard pleas for benefits and pay increases for employees. And we were able to deliver 11%, over 11% in the first 3 years. And then, again, our revenues came in less than projected, and our expenses as a result, because of that, because of funding that was one-time funding or short-term funding because of COVID, is changing. But I think we can do this. I think, it will be challenging. I expect in my role that there will be eggs tossed at me and tomatoes tossed at me and blame thrown at me. And that's kind of part of my role. We all have roles to play in a school district. We all have vantage points in a school district. In my role, it's customary to try to balance the needs of different people. And we are constantly trying to balance the different parts of the organization, the individuals and collective community we serve. I'm very proud of this board that they have charged me and charged the staff with looking at equity and looking at providing resources to those who need it most. I think housing, workforce housing, is an initiative of that. It's very expensive to live on the coast. And so for younger employees, and particularly for classified employees, having housing as an option is a very important thing. I was recently meeting with ALAS leaders who are talking and doing community engagement on 555 Kelly, just across the street, to build housing for farm worker housing there. They're also talking about up here on Stone Pine. For those folks, housing is a very important strategy, especially for those who cannot afford to get into homes and who are early in their careers, especially for classified employees. So I think it's important for us to pay attention, to look at the ideas, to listen to the ideas, to keep an open mind, as I heard that. We've been working with the city for some time on this. And I'm mindful of my own need to listen to all who have needs, other opinions. And I want to acknowledge that sometimes we can't meet everyone's desires or wishes because of limited resources we have at hand and the need to balance those limited resources among different people who are situated differently. So that said, I will continue to work at helping out as I can in my role to help our system get better and improve where we can. And I thank those who work with us in that effort. And I certainly welcome speaking with anybody at any time. Took a call this week from a former board member who was very excited about the housing project. I look forward to hearing people who aren't excited about it. I look forward to presenting it, Brews and Views, with President Lane next week. And then I look forward to the community engagement sessions we will have, and I'm going to try to get this right, on September 23rd, right here in Cunha Multipurpose Room, and on October 5th, across the way in the Cunha Library. So I look forward to ongoing discussions about our budget, about our resources, about how we allocate resources, and how we afford to make progress and make continuous improvement, and how we look forward to, again, sustainability and trying to recover, as so many districts are trying to do, from the fiscal cliff. I think we can do it. I'm heartened by the work that Dr. Contreras and other staff are doing now to identify ways that we can cut, make reductions, so that we can get back in a place of balance. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. McFettridge. All right, that brings us to item 4, consent agenda. We have a motion to approve. So second?
Thank you. Thank you, Lizette. Thank you, Carmen. Consent items require roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen? Lizette? Mary Beth? Catalina? We have 5 plus 1 passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rosie. All right, item 5, general business. We will start with 5A, El Granada Elementary School site presentation.
Thank you. Tonight we have Miss Erin O'Connor Brown, principal of El Granada Dolphins. Thank you so much for being here, and she will present to us an update on the many happy things happening at El Granada. And I want to thank Erin for being the first school to present amidst the beginning of the year list of things that we have to do. Thank you so much.
I was trying to get this one first. Okay, I think I've got it. Good evening, everyone. Dr. McFettridge, members of the board, district leaders, CUSD staff, members of the community, and I want to give a special shout out to the teachers from El Granada who are here. I am honored and excited to be able to share with you tonight a snapshot of El Granada Elementary. Here's our agenda. Before I begin, I'm going to ask 2 things of you as the board as you listen to my presentation. 1, identify one thing that sparks a sense of joy or pride in El Granada for you. And 2, think about one actionable thing that you as a governing board can do to help support us. I invite you to consider sharing these at the end of my presentation. El Granada Elementary School is a diverse school community that fosters the academic and social development of each student. We're a fabulous community, and I am so proud to be a part of this school, which you can see by our teachers here supporting me as I nervously present in front of you. At El Granada, we are a dolphin nation. Cupcake, the dolphin, is our mascot. And we swim with the dolphins, which means that we are safe, we work hard, we are inclusive, and we make good decisions. This is our PBIS mantra and our guiding behavioral principles. Students love our PBIS celebrations, like bubble parties and swim raffles. So here's some pictures of them participating in an end-of-the-month dance party they earned for positive behavior incentives. Our current school enrollment, it says 336 there. We are now at 337 as of today, which you can see is significantly up from last year where we had 318 students. The data you will see tonight is last year's data. Our California dashboard data is not yet up to date, so we'll be going off last year's data, okay? We have 76 emerging multilingual students, 0 foster youth. I'm going to pause. You'll hear me use more neutral language than what is presented on the dashboard, so it won't match up with what you're seeing. We have 3 unhoused students, 6 migrant educational participants, 51 students with disabilities, and 133 students experiencing financial instability in their homes, which is 41.8% of our students. So let's take a look at some of our dashboard data. So you can see here, I'm comparing El Granada Elementary School with the state of California for our CAST and English language arts data. Just a reminder, again, this is last year's data.
The CAS test was administered to all 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders in May this past school year. You can see that for English language arts, we are 9.4% lower than the state average for students meeting or exceeding the standard, with 61.8% of our students not meeting the standard in English language arts. That means they're scoring a 1 or a 2. We have work to do here, and we are committed to it. Our grade level teams are working to implement our benchmark curriculum with fidelity. We're ensuring daily ELD instruction and improving our practices. We know and have identified the work that we're doing. Here is some ELA data broken down by subgroup. I won't go into the weeds too much here, but you can see that our students who are identified as white are scoring a bit higher than any of our other subgroups. So when we're looking at this with an equity lens, again, there's work that we want to do. Our scores for math are fairly similar to the state average. You can see we're just off by the tiniest bit. That said, 67.8% of our students are not meeting the standard in mathematics. It's on par with California, but that's not where we want to be. When looking at the subgroups, they are very similar to the English language arts breakdown subgroups. I think we're off by like 0.1% in terms of the averages, okay? This is not easy data to share. The state testing data is also one piece of our puzzle. And I'm confident that we will all work together as students and staff to grow and learn. This is a metric on our journey. It is not the final marker of where we're going to end up. So, that said, on to more delightful things like the growth in our LPAC data. So, I'm taking a growth lens on this, and we are looking at the fact that 11 of our students were reclassified as fluent English proficient last year. Growth is great when they are reclassified, but also the process is very important. So 5 of our students out of, I believe we had 76, I lost my note. Yeah, 5 out of 76 increased 2 levels of growth, which is really significant. And 17 of our students went up at least 1 level. So when we're looking at getting those kids to where we want them to be, it takes many years to become fluent English proficient. That growth is really worth celebrating. At our reclassification ceremony this year, we're also going to be celebrating those students who experienced growth. Our enrichment opportunities. We have so many, and so many of them come with community partnerships brought to us by our PTO, CEF, and our fabulous other community nonprofits. We have a VAFA ALAS collaboration that is happening for our lower grade students right now. They are going to be doing baile folklorico. They will be doing folk art later, and then Afro-Peruvian percussion in the spring. We started Music for Minors this week, which was a great success. Kids are really excited about that. I'm excited. We have multiple arts opportunities right now. We have our Art in Action, and we also have the Art of Education University with a newly unveiled resource center in our staff room. We have 5th grade science enrichment, our incredible Arts and Science Week, which many of those pictures are from. One of my favorites is the high school band performing for Arts and Science Week for our smaller students, and just that cross-site collaboration I love. We have our environmental education through the Junior Land Stewards program for our 4th graders, and our HEAL project for our 2nd and 3rd grade students. After school, we have some great opportunities. One of the things that I'm looking at in my vision for where I want our school to be is to grow those after-school care opportunities. Those of us who are parents on the coast side know how hard it is to find after-school care, so we want to grow that. Right now, we have a really great foundation. Our Dolphin Club is fabulous. We have Dolphin Club usually provided for 4th and 5th grade students, and now being extended to 3rd grade students. We also have our TK Club, and we're hoping to be able to grow to a kindergarten club and start from the bottom and the end and meet in the middle so we can provide care for our students. Okay. Some of our glows, things that we're proud of, things I'm excited about. One of them is connecting restorative practices, which is a passion of mine that I brought from Cunha, and our PBIS work to enhance our behavior management system. Like was mentioned with Catalina, we had Playworks come last week, and do some work with really revamping our lunchtime process and activities, making it more play-based, more positive, and incentivizing. Our noon duty team has taken that training and run with it, and it's been really fabulous to see. That's very exciting for us. We've got some circles and friendships groups going, and we're proud of those. As I mentioned, 22 English learner students moved up at least one LPAC level last year, with 11 of them reaching reclassification. 6 of those students are currently in 6th grade. Being a formal middle school teacher, getting reclassified in middle school is very important. So that's huge. And a lot of that is in part with the work that our ELD TOSA has done, including after-school literacy clubs, support with our teachers, and in-class ELD push-in. Our third glow is our support from our community partners. We have such a fabulous community, and they provide the wonderful environment that is El Granada Elementary School, and so that is a huge glow for us. Grows are pretty obvious. We want to work on implementation of our direct and integrated ELD instruction across all grade levels. That's not only going to help with our EL students, it's also going to help with our state testing metrics. And for me, I really want to increase our family engagement across all subgroups. We have really well-attended family events. Great family events are things like our ELAC and our committees. We really need to work to bolster that involvement. So that is a commitment we're going to work on this year. So with that said, this brings me to the end of my presentation. And I'd like to remind you of my 2 requests. To identify one thing that sparks a sense of joy for you in the presentation I just shared, and one actionable thing that you could do to help support us. So feedback and questions?
Thank you so much, Erin. That was awesome. So my question actually for you first is, can you tell us a little bit about the special day classes at El Granada?
Absolutely. So the special day classes at El Granada are such an integral part of our day that I probably assume that everyone is just aware because it is part of our inclusion model. So our special day class students are just our El Granada students. That said, we have 3 special education classes at El Granada. We have a special day class for kindergarten through 2nd grade students. And those students are moderate in their needs. And then we have a 3rd through 5th grade special day class as well. And then we also have our RSP special education. The goal is for the students to spend as much time in their general education class as possible, with supports and push-ins for that, and then receiving academic instruction and instruction based on their IEP goals in their special day class time.
And can you tell us a little bit what is this RSP special education?
Yeah, so it's based on minutes. So the number of minutes a student receives for their special education services kind of determine where they belong. So a student who receives RSP minutes is going to have a few goals, usually around language arts, reading, math, and they're going to go to that RSP class for less time than if they were in a special day class to receive direct instruction, smaller group intervention based on their IEP goals for whatever whether it's reading, phonics, math.
Other questions, and we can get to your questions as well.
I wanted to answer what you asked, and I don't know exactly how you asked, but I think what I really appreciate and what I found very inspiring of your school and your leadership in the way that you've addressed the very difficult data that you showed, and just being able to just put it out there and acknowledge it, and so early on in the year have a goal to tackle it, which is not going to be easy at all, and it will be very difficult because, like they would say, every little mind, every little head is a little world of its own. So you could have the curriculum, but it's going to be very different for each student. And, you know, it's not like the teachers only have one student or a few, you know, they have full classrooms, and that's very inspiring, and it's very hopeful to hear. And thank you, teachers. You guys have your work cut out for you. And for the second one, you beat me to it. I was going to say parent involvement, but you did address it at the end. And I think a lot of the times you will, especially so early on in elementary, you will get a lot more from students if you involve parents. And, you know, they will supplement the teachers and all the great stuff that they do. I don't know how else to support. I don't, I have, you know, I know Erica, she's an amazing teacher. You know, she wears her heart in her shoulder, and she really cares about her little kids. So I've offered to help in any way, but I'm fluent in Spanish, and I'm more than willing to help in any way I can help if there is a need for like the Latino community and anyone in that sense. So I'm always more than happy to help. I know I come back. I haven't done it because of COVID, but I used to come back to Hatch because that's a school that I knew the teachers from. But I know Algonada is an amazing school, so thank you for being here, and thank you guys for all the great work you guys are doing. Thank you. And Ms. Calhoun, maybe one day I'll go visit your classroom again. You're such a dynamic teacher. I was like, oh my God.
Our doors are open. Please come visit us.
Okay, I've got two joys, so be patient with me. One joy has been the teachers over the years at El Granada have been absolutely spectacular. And both of my children graduated from El Granada Elementary School, so I take great pride in that. Another one of the joys I reflect back on was some of the teachers that invited me to use some of my knowledge and skill set with nonverbal problem solving. And there are so many activities where non-English speakers can certainly excel and surprise and delight other students when you're doing nonverbal activities. So my offer would be, if a teacher's interested in that, I'm happy to bring a bag of tricks in just to explore. And always love volunteering for Arts and Sciences Day, because that's spectacular.
I got a couple things. I love your enthusiasm of all of you. So you always seem very enthusiastic, so I love that. And I also love that you're thinking about change and what you can do to make things better, and that you're taking a real long-term look at it, because I think these things do take time. I mean, this is my 5th year on the board, and I'm like, oh, it's so long, but I'm starting to see things change, and it feels good. And to see that people, that leaders, and the teachers that are there day to day are interested in that as well. I think that's great. And as far as what I can do, I mean, I really see, like, my job is overseeing, right? So I think a big thing about what we talk about all the time is prioritizing resources. So I think, you know, I was talking to a teacher the other day from Cunha, and, you know, she's like, oh, you know, if we need more money, I'm like, okay, what are we going to cut? You know, so if teachers see things, or employees see things that they don't think is working and could be done differently, I mean, I hope that they'll go to you, and you work out your priorities, and you go to them and tell them what you need, and then I guess our job is to make sure you're getting what you need from them. We're overseeing the superintendent to give you what you need. So I think that's what we need to start thinking about too, is there's a limited amount of money, and what are we going to do with it? Should it be going to another resource for the kids? Like, what's best for that kid? And I think that's really important for all employees, because if you see something, that money that is not being well spent, I hope that people will speak up and funnel it through you, so that our principals are kind of leading this charge for making everything very efficient, so that we can do what's best for kids. So I guess I'm kind of the top, but I'm there, you know, if things aren't going well, I guess. And I want to support you in any way I can, but we are more on the policy level, and not, my job is not to get in the weeds and tell you who to hire or not hire. That's not my job. I don't think anybody wants me doing that. But please do, I want to encourage all our employees to funnel things up that they might see, and we've got a ladder to go through, and let's make use of it, and let's be efficient and do the best we can for these kids.
Thank you. Carmen's wheels are turning, so I can go next if you want. If you're still thinking, I don't mind. I have my two also. I couldn't just think of one.
Oh, I enjoyed your presentation very much, and I ditto what Mary Beth said about your enthusiasm, and I'm very excited that such a passionate educator is leading El Granada. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
I just love there in your two things that made me really excited about your presentation that you spoke with, which I think is the culture that you're setting with your school community as well. And one is the growth mindset that you described, not only in words, but also in deeds, in terms of even the data that you're showing us about the growth that students are experiencing, getting to their ultimate milestone. Those have to be observed, those have to be celebrated. So I really, that brought me joy. As well as your comment about like the inclusion model just being a given about how you operate, and that's just, I think it's something that doesn't get talked about, because sometimes people get uncomfortable when we talk about disabilities, of the various sorts of disabilities can come into, but also different kind of, it's like it's a continuum, and I think that's also something that there are the day classes, but then there's RSP, and then there's kind of in general ed, students with IEPs and so on, and 504s, that I think creating a culture where all of that is not only accepted, but celebrated, and just who we are as a school community, as a COSI community, I think is really also special and important. And I'd love, as far as how we can support you, I'd love to make that more visible as a model for how we can make sure we're operating in all our schools and in all our community as well, not just in our school community, but beyond, with the grown-ups, and how we behave with one another in different community settings, and how we actually can have more open minds about accepting people being different. And that's not only okay, but it's beautiful, and it's wonderful, and it's great. So I'd love to manage. I've been wanting to come to El Granada. We had COVID run through our house. Really, part of the year, just why I didn't show up to a lot of the board, the back to school nights, but it's something that I'd love to come to El Granada and see the special education day classes and the RSP classes, and see how students are being supported kind of just throughout with the general program and being part of their community. It's something I really was thrilled we were able to do with the preschool as well. I think starting this year is integrating, rather than pulling kids out when they're different and they don't fit that mold, that box, being able to kind of push in what we do, being a little bit flexible how we do it, and really integrating everyone to feel like they belong. I think that's really important. And I think we'll see more of that belonging theme coming out in our strategic plan too. So hopefully, I think that would be my commitment to say what Mary Beth said as well, but also to like work and figure out how do we make that more visible as like kind of the norm. And I do want to emphasize what Mary Beth said as well, because I think that often people come to us with very specific requests and questions, and we, it is not our role to resolve them unless they haven't been resolved with like the 5 layers between them and us. So, and I see the principal is playing really, like, of course, in the larger schools, like department heads work with the principals, and then at the school district level, the principals work with the appropriate district staff, ultimately the superintendent, and then he's really the funnel that aligns, as Sean said, the needs, the urgent and important needs across our different folks that we're trying to support, everyone from students to staff to community members to and beyond. And I think that's how that process works. So I appreciate your being there for your school community and for our district, to be able to work together cross-site, as you said as well. So, yeah, we'll continue to help you, and hopefully to come there soon. Please do. Yeah, you're always welcome. Thank you.
I'm just going to jump in and say during the principals meeting yesterday, Erin, I appreciated that you led with 2 glows and then discussed a grow honestly. And what I've appreciated about Erin and her leadership style, if I can say this, is that she has been direct with me and clear with me about problems of practice and asked to understand my viewpoint and to consider other viewpoints. So I appreciate being able to stop by when I'm able to stop by, usually when there are leaks in your roof. I appreciate so much that you, the leadership style you have, Erin, and this starting your second year there at El Granada. Thank you so much for being leading that team, and thank you so much to everybody here.
And thank you for your team for being here as well. It's, I think, super awesome that, that you're all here as well. So next 5B, Educational Support Services update. Leticia?
Yes. So here we have our amazing Martha Ladd, who, again, post-pandemic, we have seen the need to have much supports, as you were talking about, Sophia, not only around special education, but students who need interventions to make sure that they're accessing that core program. So I know Martha has her team, Jessica Reed and Caroline Morton, thanks for being here. So Martha's here, and Susan Vanna. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Go ahead, Martha.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia. Good evening, President Lane, school board members, Dr. McFetridge, Dr. Contreras, Dr. Bhatia. Tonight is our annual presentation of our educational support services across the district. I'm going to have like a little bit of an introduction. I'm here tonight with Jessica Reed, our behaviorist, Caroline Morton, our specialized program coordinator of mental health, and Susan Van, our specialized program coordinator of mental health. You know, as a team, we focus on utilizing the California multi-tiered systems of support in order to frame our decision-making processes, which involve collecting data, looking at what that data is telling us, and then meeting children and staff where they are, and helping to make sure that all of our children are able to fully access their education. And we take sort of a whole, definitely our focus in the district and the focus of the people here today is through the whole child domain. I'm happy to say that we have the first draft of our multi-tiered system support handbook, which we've given to our principals and we'll be working on this year to complete. And then I imagine at such time we'll be presenting it to you. And the district leadership team meetings this year will be working on the leadership domain of the multi-tiered system support, which will really focus on decision-making strategies. And also to know that the team's work is fully articulated and embedded in our local control accountability plan, our safety plans, and our work with the California Department of Education and our county Office of Education. And we also have systems of support at the site level with our coordination service teams, our student support teams, our crisis response work, and our student discipline protocols, which are seen in our positive behavior information support systems. This year, we feel like we are really ready to fully take advantage of the essential components of the multi-tiered support system. Dr. Bhatia and Israel are working on our screener, our academic screener through the Doubles 8, which will be able to screen our English language arts through kindergarten through third grade. We're also establishing data conferences so that our teachers can look at their data and make goals. And then we're also doing progress monitoring through our coordination of services team, our student success teams. We are in year 2 of our renewed training in positive behavior intervention and support systems. And we're committed to multi-tiered system being both preventative and restorative. And then, of course, the presentation probably wouldn't be complete without the pyramid. Here we go, there's the pyramid. The essential components of the previous slide, those essential components, they inform the decision making for how we spend resources in the tiered system. where universal supports are targeted for throughout the whole system for all of our students, targeted for small groups of students, and then intensive is usually one-on-one. In our teams, our COS teams and our 504 teams are systems for accessing and assisting and monitoring our continuum of supports. And then we're developing a consistent communication process so that we are continuing. So that this focus on the leadership domain is really going to help us lead in the whole child domain. And so, so that's where we are. We're going to start tonight with our reports, and Jessica Reed is our first person.
Hi, everyone. For Dr. McPetridge, Deputy Superintendents and district staff and leadership, Coastside community, I just want to thank everyone for having me here. I both live and work in this community, so I'm invested more than just professionally. And this is my life's passion, to help support students access their education, and then also support the teachers the amazing teachers who help them develop and provide the curriculum for them. So my name is Jessica Reed. I'm a board certified behavior analyst. I am the district coordinator of behavior supports and services. I'm the district coordinator of PBIS, and I manage and supervise what we're calling BEST, which is the Behavior and Education Services team. It sounds like a really massive team, but it is a team of two, which is me, and I have a behavior and intervention coordinator that I provide clinical supervision for. And this is everything this is part of everything we do, just the two of us for the whole district. Some of the highlights here are we develop behavior intervention plans. And I think historically these were identified primarily for students with disabilities and IEPs, but I've been able to expand that to also provide interim behavior intervention plans for general education students who just might be struggling, and the teachers just might need some quick strategies and supports in the general education setting as well. We always train not only the staff, but the parents on the behavior intervention plan, because the parent component is so important. It's a huge indicator of success with behavior intervention is parent involvement. I coordinate PBIS for the district, and so we're partnering again, as Martha said, in year 2 with in revamping PBIS. It was developed pretty well at some sites and a little less developed at other sites, and we're rolling out Tier 1 this year and developing Tier 2 this year to roll out for next year. We've done some really exciting rollouts that Dr. McPetridge was able to attend one of them at Hatch, which was really fun. I also coordinate and typically provide all of the professional development for the paraprofessionals as well, and which I've also opened up to other support staff. So we have a supervisor training tomorrow. We're going to be talking about de-escalation strategies. And we also open it up to recess coordinators and blue team members and site security team at the high school and all of those kinds of staff as well. So open to all. Health aides are coming, I think, this time too. And we train on behavior intervention plans. We conduct behavioral assessments. I provide ecological assessments like environmental assessments to determine appropriate placement for students, and then clinical collaboration with both school personnel and private providers that students have. So this is just a snapshot of some of the things that we do. And then I just wanted to highlight, since last year a big focus was Tier 1 of PBIS, I wanted to highlight some of the research with regards to implementing PBIS Tier 1 with fidelity. There are some really notable outcomes, which include students with disabilities and without increasing their prosocial behavior and emotional regulation at school, which helps them access their education. Students with disabilities are also experiencing fewer challenges, like decreased clinical symptoms, internalizing and externalizing behaviors are being decreased as well, and concentration problems, which also helps them access their education through those Tier 1 supports. And also, student behaviors can be addressed without requiring behavioral assessments, without requiring special education evaluations or services. We can nip it in the bud early, get them access to the supports that they need before it escalates to that point of needing a referral to additional supports and services. So it's really preventative in that way. There are also some notable outcomes with regards to exclusionary discipline when it comes to implementing Tier 1 PBIS with fidelity. So students with disabilities receive fewer office and discipline referrals when PBI's Tier 1 is being implemented with Fidelity. Which means they're in class more, which is great. Students with disabilities are less likely to experience suspensions. And although data on crisis responses, like restraint and seclusion, are less reliable on the national level, research suggests that educators are also able to use fewer crisis level responses. And schools then are less likely to refer students with disabilities to alternative settings and placements, which keeps our kids in our community learning in a setting where they can. So that's our goal. This is just some data from last year on some of the Tier 3 students that best served based on their eligibility with their IEP. So the majority of our students qualify under the eligibility of emotional disability. The second highest eligibility was autism, and then the third was other health impairment, often ADHD and other diagnoses related to their health. So we focus on a lot of goal areas for these types of students that we put in their IEPs, whether it's following instructions and routines, reducing challenging behaviors. We see a variety of challenging behaviors, from disrespectful comments to full-on property destruction to eloping off of campus. I mean, we see a wide variety of things. But we also want to address self-advocacy, teaching them coping strategies, how to initiate and persist with tasks instead of giving up, because sometimes it's hard, and then also some social initiation. These are some of the goal areas we focused on last year. A little bit more special education data with regards to the students that best served last year. This is a breakdown of our caseload by school. So you'll see the majority in the orange, I guess kind of triangle looking thing. The pie chart is El Granada Elementary, represented today. As we all know, El Granada houses and hosts the SDC program for elementary schools. So there is a larger need for supports and with regards to behavior at that site. Majority of that caseload last year was 4th and 5th graders, so we're actually going to see, we've seen an increase in our caseload size at Cunha this year because those 5th graders promoted to Cunha this year. And then 68% of our new best referrals last year, the majority of them came from El Granada and Hatch. So a lot of, we saw a lot of, post-COVID, there were a lot of kiddos that missed out on preschool and kindergarten or learning in 1st grade. And those are sort of the learning to learn years. You learn to stand in a line, you learn to sit in a chair, you learn to wait and share and turn take and all of those things. And so some of those younger grades post-COVID, we're seeing a lot of challenges with behavior and socialization just due to the lack of access to those things being in remote learning. And then something that I like to note, all of our behavior intervention plans and behavior services include a FADE plan tied to goals and the service. So it's not an arbitrary FADE plan where we just decide, let's just reduce by 50% today. But we develop short-term objectives related to those goals, and we tie the FADE to the services based on the meeting and sustaining their progress on those goals for a certain period of time, and then are able to fade over time so that students and staff don't become dependent on the behavior team. Our job is to work ourselves out of a job, essentially. And then this is just sort of a snapshot of some of the new referrals that we got last year. So 61% of the new referrals were for students that don't have an IEP or a 504, which seems kind of surprising. But this just highlights the crucial need for that Tier 1 implementation with fidelity of PBIS, that all students should have access to those supports. 39% of those new referrals were for students that had IEPs. 50% of the new referrals were able to be addressed last year with Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports without having to move on to Tier 3, like specific and intensive individual kind of supports. And so that means students were able to access, and teachers were able to access support quicker and more reliably. 33% of the new referrals to BEST last year were addressed with Tier 3 interventions, so some of those required a full behavior assessment. Some of those, and those all included either a comprehensive behavior intervention plan or sometimes an interim behavior intervention plan. And then 17% of new referrals were addressed with formal assessments and ongoing services. So that's sort of the summary of BEST. So thank you so much for having me.
All right, Susan.
So it's the which button? The middle one? Okay. So, good evening. Thank you for the privilege of coming and reviewing some of what goes on in medical health in our district and what helps support our students so they can be successful in accessing their education. Before I start, there's one joy I have to say about this. Because I've been in this district for 23 years, either with my kids in school and now almost 6 years working with the school district. And they always say that leadership from the top trickles down and shows what the organization is. And Erin, you really show that at El Granada. And she didn't say much about the SPED classroom there, but the moderate to severe classroom is a pretty, I have some pretty severe students in there. And she just clicks with it. She's just like, oh, Erin, when you do this, and this, she goes, okay, what should we do? Blah, blah, blah. And she just does it. And it is so nice. And the staff in there is smiling, and the students in there are doing so well. And even their parents tell me how much their child loves school. And these are really, some of them are pretty severe medically fragile students. And they tell me how they're excited to get on the bus and get to school. And that is, Erin, you showing that throughout the whole school. So thank you. I'm going to go real quick through some of the highlights of what we did last school year and then say a little bit about what we've done so far. So right now we have a little under 600 students that have some type of a health condition in Power School. I think there's more to be added. And these range from anywhere from asthma to seizures to diabetes to we have 2 or 3 students that I'm aware of with pacemakers, so it really is a gamut of things. Last year we trained 88 staff members with their CPR card and 13 staff members with their first aid. And these are a 2-year certification, so they have that for 2 years and then they need to redo it. What I was really thrilled about is the first aid one was basically our front office staff and our yard duties. So that was really nice. That's the first year that we were able to include them. We maintain the AEDs. We do all kinds of things in the classrooms. I help with the compliance for immunizations, which our registrars follow. And then we do our oral health for first grade and all elementary schools. Our mandate for vision and hearing is, these are all mandated things on the last 3 or 4 things I've mentioned. And vision and hearing is one of those. And last year, so in vision we do TKK 2nd, 5th, and 8th. And hearing, we do TKK 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 10th. So last year we did 886 in vision, we did 862 students in hearing, and we did 80 first grade boys. So far this year, we're kind of winding down our hearing, and we've done 850 screenings to date for this school year, and we've just started vision, and we've done 91 so far. Vision will probably end close to the end of October. And then color vision, I typically do in the spring. And yes, the mandate is only first grade boys. That's all we are supposed to do. Then the other part of Tier 1 is our Hazel Health, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard about. And that is our school-based telemedicine services on our campus. And we started this in 2021. And Jesus had the screen to have equal medical access for all of our students. And I'm very excited to say that we have achieved that. And of the 48%, I like what you said, financially instability families, 97% of the 48% have signed up and are using Hazel Health. So that is very exciting for me. The principals love it. Last year, I couldn't believe how many principals said to me if I was on their campus, oh, you see that student? They would be going home right now and I get to send them back to class. So that was our other goal we wanted to hit with this. Last year we did 900 total visits, and our return back to class was 70%, and we saved 1,965 classroom hours. This year, for the first part, my data is to Labor Day. We saw 42 students, and we've had 98% return to class, and we've done 125 hours of saved in the classroom. The Hazel Health rating I love, because this is the rating of parents and staff after a visit. And they have been giving Hazel Health, we have 4.87 out of 5. Tier 2 prevention and interventions is our, basically a lot of our referrals and our screenings. So vision referrals, hearing referrals, our IEP screenings for assessments. The Cunha office last year had 1,250 visits, and the high school had a little over 1,000 visits. And then the other part of this is training the staff. All the front offices are trained every year for medication, EpiPens, everything you see written there. The other part of Tier 2 is, a lot of you know we rolled out our Narcan program last year, and probably in November, everybody will be retrained because we need to do that every year. But that program was pretty successful, and I'm very happy to say we haven't had to use it yet. So I hope it stays that way, but we will be prepared if we do. Putting together packets, parents are always calling me with questions. Our emergency backpacks are part of our Tier 2, and that is an emergency backpack in every classroom. It's not to the teacher, it's to the classrooms. And this is for if we have a real lockdown or evacuation, they've got their kit ready to go, and we replenish those and look at them every summer. This year, so part of our Tier 2 with our vision referrals is I've set up a program a couple years ago with Lions Club, and they help us with getting glasses for students. And this last school year, I took the National Vision Certification, and my goal of why I did this is because it gave us free vouchers for glasses for our kids up to age 18 who's Zenny Optical. So I can just get on the computer with them with Zenny Optical, and they can pick their glasses, and we can, if they have to have a prescription, but we do have them. So that was a big part of that for me. Tier 3 is really our medically fragile students. There's probably about between 40 and 45 medical 504s in our district, and this is anywhere from a seizure to diabetes to a lot are neuro, cardiac, so, and then medical components of an IEP. So I have a student maybe with an IEP, but they have a tube feeding and those kind of things. So we have 5 health technicians. 1 is at the high school, 1 is at Cunha, and then 3 are with one-on-one students to IEPs. Currently, we have about 8 students in the district with diabetes. I mean, not about 8, we do have 8. And all the way down as young this year is 2nd grade, 2 in 2nd grade. And we manage those blood sugars. We give insulin every day, and then some of them have insulin pumps. And then others in our district, we have more than 1 with tube feedings. We have several students with seizures. We have several cardiac, oxygen suctioning are just a few of the things that go on in our district. And then last but not least, our favorite, I wish I still could not, I wish I could stop saying this word. But COVID. Yes, it's been on the rise, and we've been, there have been several cases every week since school started, but not anything close to what we used to have. And I'm very happy about that. And we have our home test kits. We also help furnish them to Boys and Girls Club, CCP, CEF, and Ollis as they need them. I think I've given Ollis about 320 so far this school year. And last year we gave over 15,000 home test kits out. And they are at every school site in the front offices. The staff is telling me that, yes, parents are coming in and picking them up. And we still follow that school framework from county ed. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right, hello, good evening, everyone. And I hope that this little crutch is going to be able to keep me standing straight up. Thank you for this opportunity. Oh, thank you. I might ask for that, yes. Thank you for this opportunity to share about the various ways that we've supported the mental health and social emotional wellness of our school community in the last year. So I stepped into this position in 2021 following one of the greatest travesties of our modern history. And this travesty not only shed a spotlight in the mental health challenges faced by many of our youth, but it also exacerbated it. So on the rise was anxiety, depression, suicide ideation, aggression, isolation, and school refusal. So we rolled up our sleeves, we thought outside the box, we collaborated, and we connected, and we dove right in. So let's fast forward to the year 22-23. So here we have the mental health highlights. So one thing that we learned quickly is that a child does not live in a vacuum. They're a whole child, and part of their world includes their individual self, their social self, their community self, and their family self. In supporting the mental health and social emotional wellness of our student community, in addition to supporting them individually, we needed to look at ways to support them as a whole and all their various selves. So here we have some highlights of the various ways we've done it in the last school year, and I'd like to name just a few because there's quite a few listed up there. So one being our successful SLS school-based counseling program. It's our short-term counseling program that is part of an internship program. So we have associate and trainee therapists on campuses providing the support service, and I'm their clinical supervisor. We also have the chill room and wellness room at both Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School. Last year we launched a safe space, which is a youth-led initiative chapter at Half Moon Bay High School as well. And then we also have our family engagement series and the Spratica series in an effort to connect with our families, our parents, and guardians of our children. And then this year, once again, we're offering our weekly staff wellness groups, which I'm really excited about. So since the inception of our SLS internship program, we've doubled the amount of students we've provided individual counseling at school. So last year we served 206 students district-wide, and this is with individual per individual. This doesn't include the groups that we've served as well. And this is something that we actually do quite a bit. If, for instance, at one of the schools, we notice that there are a group of kids that are having difficulties making good decisions around friendship, we start a friendship group. We've done grief groups, we facilitated grief groups, we facilitated anxiety groups as well throughout the school district. So here, so you can hear me. So here, we see the students who've accessed our school-based counseling programs by grade level. And so with the implementation of our wellness program, we see the upper grades, 11th and 12th grades, accessing our programs quite a bit. And so I want you to keep in mind that these counseling services are voluntary, and oftentimes, particularly in the high school and middle school, they're requested by the student. So that's an important piece that students know that there's this support service available to them, and they're asking for support. So we are led by a trauma-informed, equity-driven model where our referrals are triaged, resulting in counseling, case management, and community referrals to our partners. So this is driven by the importance to maintain health equity and to manage it with a health equity lens. And so what this means is that we're going to, we get a lot of referrals, and sometimes we need to triage based on who are the students that are in most need based on access, and who can we provide case management and connect them to outside resources. And so partnering with organizations like Care Solace has been really wonderful because they help connect folks who maybe have more access through insurance or private out-of-pocket pay, and connecting them with therapists and support services. So we embrace the importance of Tier 1 interventions to best support the whole school community. And in addition to what the teachers are already offering, last year we served 492 unduplicated students with Tier 1 classroom interventions. So this included 4th and 5th grade RJ circles throughout the school district. We provided K through 2nd grade SEL circles. At Half Moon Bay High School, we had our safe space, and at Florecitos, as we all know, they do an amazing job with their restorative, with their RJ circles as well. So we used evidence-based models such as cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness, stress reduction, and the trauma-focused community resiliency model, which I'm super excited about. We have a few staff members. I just became a officially certified CRIM teacher, and so this is a model that is really accessible to all ages and all educational levels. And it's a brain-based model that is really skill-based, and what the intention is to help us, not necessarily we're always going to feel great, but how do we get back into this okay zone so that we can make it to school, so that we can go to class, and kind of flip back into that part of our brain that helps us make academic decisions and choices and things like that. So I'm really excited about that. So our wellness room at the high school served 522 unduplicated students. And our chill room in Cunha served 223 unduplicated students. And so this space is really important just to create an environment where students can go to sort of downshift if they need to, and to know that it's a safe space. So we value the voices of our youth, and the adoption of the Safe Space chapter at Half Moon Bay High School emphasized just that. So last year, we laid the groundwork, and 46 students signed up, and an advisory period was dedicated to this group. And this year, our partnership with Safe Space and the development of the Half Moon Bay High School chapter will focus on building its capacity and bringing more students into the fold, with the youth ultimately leading the way. And lastly, I want to invite you to take a look at our family outreach efforts. Again, as we talk about the whole child, if we neglect the support of the family, then we're neglecting a big part of the child. And so just to name a few of the ways that we've supported families, we host speakers and offer education workshops related to mental health and social emotional wellness remotely through our family engagement series and in person through our Las Platicas. We've led the efforts and collaborated with our community partners and hosted our second annual Wellness Festival during the Mental Health Awareness Month last May, with over 100 people in attendance. And we also offer a quarterly mental health and social emotional newsletter to our families, including information and resources. So lastly, and without going too much into the weeds, this year's California Healthy Kids Survey for 2022-2023 showed us a trend that we're seeing a decline in student chronic sadness and a decline in student suicidality. And we're seeing a rise in life satisfaction and a rise in optimism. And while I know we have still much work ahead of us, I think that perhaps we're on the right track. So thank you very much.
Well, there you go.
All right, questions or comments from anyone? Because I have a bunch, but I'm not going to go.
I get a question. I had a question about Hazel Health. Susan like, why, when you say like, you know, it saves so many hours of instruction time, is it keeping, why is it keeping them from going home? Like, they would just, usually just send them home, but then when they see a doctor and they say it's not so bad, then they go back?
That's actually a good question. So I don't know if you've seen it in the front offices, but it's an iPad, and then there's a drawer that's got medications and blood pressure, pulse ox and everything. So they sign in, and you know, they can see right away if the student, if the parents have agreed to do Hazel Health, and so a health care provider comes on. They're either MDs, nurse practitioners, or PAs. So they get a visit just like they went to their healthcare provider. And they will assess that, you know, no, you're fine, you know, it's a cold, you can go back to class, or, you know, whatever it is. And so that's why so many can go back to class. Where before, a model was they came into the office and they called the parents and they went home. So that, and then there's medications in the drawer that they can give. So a lot of times, especially in the middle school and high school, they come in and they just want a Tylenol, you know, and that's approved to give. They've got it all in a locked drawer, and they can give that. And if the healthcare provider says that on Hazel Health, then they go back to class. Whereas before, they went home. So that's the part that really saves a lot.
Okay, great, thank you. And I just wanted to say, since I'm talking that, I loved hearing all the talk about prevention and things too, like trying to catch things early so they don't get to be a bigger problem. So I think you're all focused on that. So I really appreciate that. It sounds like you are all very, very busy. But not only talking about prevention, but also about that tier 1 and how important that is. And sometimes I think we forget about that, and then, you know, things get worse and we have to go to other tiers. But I think that tier 1 work is really important, and I think you're all focused on that. And I thank you for all you do, because you are very busy. I know, and I can tell. I know. So thank you for what you do, and I appreciate your focus on that.
I just want to emphasize that thanks, and I have to say, and Martha probably knows this, and probably all of you by now too, like, when you present every year, I feel like you're adding, you're expanding, you're growing, you're deepening, and it almost makes me cry every year, because what you do is so important to us as a school community, being able to see our kids as whole children. Not just the problem who's acting out in the corner because, who knows, they're a bad kid, right? Like, that's all that matters, get rid of them. Right? Like, that old model of public education has to change, and I feel like you're doing such an amazing job helping us drive the change, not only in our systems and our practices and our services, but also in terms of our culture, and being able to see kids as entire beings that aren't just there to, like, soak up the math. Important, math is super important, don't get me wrong, but, like, so is being able to stand in line, right? Because, and recognizing, like, they haven't done that a lot in the last couple of years when they're 5 years old, right? Or being able to get a little Tylenol when, like, that's really all you need, and you just need somebody to look at you like, okay, like, you know, we'll help you out with that. So I just so appreciate that, and I love that pyramid, Martha, you know that. That's like, that really is, I think, part of the shift too, where again, we go from kind of like just a very, a model that really treats every kid like they have to fit in a certain box or a certain peg or whatever, like the round peg, you know, the square hole, like all the holes are square, but you're kind of giving those holes some flexibility to be able to accommodate, like Erin described too, like different needs, and it's all not only okay, it's all beautiful, and it's all makes us like more rich for that experience. So I can't just glow on you like enough to really appreciate the changes that you're making in that regard.
And that is super important, I think, what you just said about changing the culture. I mean, that is, you guys are the face of that. So
yeah, and I feel like that is changing where, you know, it's a little bit less like exclusive and more inclusive by nature. And so I really appreciate that, those changes, you know, and you know, even Jessica, your examples around de-escalation, and rather than kind of, I think intuitively, again, in society, this isn't just in schools, it's like, well, if somebody's acting out, it's like, well, let's ramp up the safety measures. Let's get more guns. Let's get whatever, more locks, more armor, more whatever. Like, let's like hunker down and like build up against that one. Really, like, if we did de-escalate situations, it's just so much better. So there's just so, I probably go for hours and I won't you know. I do want to point out too, like a lot of the examples that you raised, especially in Susan's, your presentation around the services that we provide that not only help kids with free eyeglasses, right? Like, that's amazing that we can do that through our schools. I almost feel like, I got a question from somebody in Sacramento that I responded to earlier about, like, what are we doing in our community schools? And like, really, almost all of our schools are basically community schools because of the services that we provide to our students. Of course, we have the community hub, which is like extra community school. But just to be able to provide Hazel Health and services like that, CPR training, emergency backpacks, those are things that often in Jesus' presentation, people ask, well, what are all this other spend, like other services? And like, yes, there's paying PG&E, there's paying for, water bills, like the super operational, not always super exciting stuff, but then there's a lot of stuff that really directly benefits students. And I appreciate a lot of the examples that you mentioned. There are investments that we make with thought and with purpose, and they're not just spending frivolously. It's dollars that are going to students' needs and thoughtful people that are making that happen. So I really appreciate that. I did have one technical question, which was, because I'd heard about Diebel's screening before, what exactly does that screen for within language arts?
Sure.
Like dyslexia or?
Dibbles 8 is part of our dyslexia plan, but it doesn't necessarily screen for dyslexia, but it does screen for those core elements of emergent reading and emergent reading skills. And it's also progressive, so you're not assessing the student on the same skills 3 times a year. You're assessing them on growth skills. So it really is a very clear measure of not just where a child is, but how they're progressing.
More on Dibbles. I do want to call out San Mateo County Office of Ed because they did pick 2 districts to give extra support, and we have hired an amazing teacher, a .4 teacher, to help us with not only the administration and the coordination of the assessment 3 times a year, but also lead data talks with teachers. And we are assessing Dibbles 8, and thanks Ijad for your help with that coordination as well. Kinder through 3rd, 100% of students, 3 times a year. And also in between, leading those data talks, working with Martha and her team, and determining what are the academic and social needs of students through cost teams, SST meetings. And so don't ask me about the cost acronym, but I know SST.
Coordination of services team. I saw that. I had to look it up. I was like, I see this all the time. I hear it all the time. I looked in the presentation. It was there.
I just want to also mention that we have been working in some form of Dibbles already since we did since we were in significant disproportionality. Part of our C-stage plan was to do that, and it was for kindergarten through 2nd grade. So Big Lift has taken over that work, and so now it's going to be kindergarten through 3rd grade, so that's great.
Cool. And so are we screening for dyslexia separately then as well?
It counts as both, which is really nice. We're not trying to assess teacher all our students too much, so now we have one thing that can give us a lot of information on a lot of different levels.
That's great for everybody. Okay, any other, Kim.
Yes. Thank you all for your presentations. Caroline will probably follow up later with some of the trauma-related questions, but for Jessica specifically, what are the catalysts for a student? How do they make their way to you? Example is like a kindergarten teacher told me this wasn't in our district, full disclosure, but literally, kids having less socialization coming in and her getting spit in the face saying, "You're not the Boston." So would that be, what's the catalyst for a student getting to you?
What we're looking at is students who are engaging in behaviors that are either impeding their learning and or the learning of others. And so once they meet that benchmark, they might be referred to the cost team, on which I sit at all the sites as well. And so I can help screen through that process and help. Sometimes figuring out the function of the behavior is so important. We work on a functional approach when it comes to behavior, not just topographically what the behavior looks like, but why is it occurring? And when we can figure out why it's occurring, we can address that function and help the student meet that function in a more pro-social way. And so sometimes, though, because behavior is everything, I mean, blinking is behavior, but Sometimes the behavior, it might look behavioral, but through a really objective lens of observation, I'm able to go in and see, like maybe this, for example, I was referred to a student who was not participating in class, and I went to observe, and he was dangling off the edge of his chair and like spinning in circles, and I went to the teacher and I said, does this student receive occupational therapy? There seem to be some sensory challenges here. And it turned out that he had private OT services. We collaborated with the private OT and got him on a sensory diet at school. No more challenges with behavior. So sometimes the root, or it could be work is too easy or too hard, and so maybe they need additional academic supports, and so they're checking out or wandering around the classroom. So it looks like behavior, but there might be more underlying causes that might need to be addressed. So filtering it through the cost team can be really effective at figuring out which bucket it needs to go in, and then if it ends up being behavioral and ends up being pervasive enough that we need to employ district level resources, then of course they get referred to my team, and then we start that process.
And is the cost team, is there a cost team at each site? Is that how it works? Okay,
Yes.
That's what I assumed.
And they meet every other week at every
So
site.
who's on the cost team?
So it's led by the site level leadership, and so led by the administrators. So at the elementary schools, the principals and the school psychologists, and then Caroline and I are on the cost teams. And then at the secondary sites, also the school counselors are involved in those teams as well.
Great, thank you. Demystify. Take your time, take your time.
Yeah. Another really great thing about the cost meeting is that we invite members to join at various times. Like for instance, if we think like, oh, you know what, this would be a really good thing for this particular student, let's invite Martha Latt to come and or the resource teacher to come in. In fact, in Fair Longview, we're inviting one of the teachers to join one of the cost meetings, and so it's a great opportunity. It's really about bringing team members together to help sort of problem solve situations that are going to support the student.
Thank you.
Don't leave, I have a question for you. I actually, Kim brought up the question I had, so I don't have that question anymore. And I completely agree with everything that, Sophia said, as well as Mary Beth. And thank you for all the work all you ladies do. Thank you very much. But going back to Las Platicas, and I have to say, I really appreciate you doing that. It's never been done, so it's a great effort, and I just have to commend you on that. So thank you very much. With that being said, I'm wondering how well attended they were.
So I started them sort of towards the end of the last school year, and we've had roughly between maybe 25 parents on average, like around 25 or so parents on average. And it's interesting because sitting here and I was listening to Aaron's presentation and talked about sort of family engagement, and I was thinking, maybe we need to do a Las Platicas at every school site. Because right now what we're doing, we're holding them over at the Moon Ridge Community Center. It is available to all families district-wide, but I wonder if that's limiting some of the families that are coming that maybe don't live at Moon Ridge.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things that I'm thinking about in terms of recruitment.
I was going to suggest that actually. I was going to suggest, Zoom is incredibly convenient, but a lot of the times the families that really need to be there because of technical issues or what, it's almost like they rarely will attend them. And so I was going to suggest maybe more like in the future, maybe like 1 or 2 for every school site a year, and in person. And also every school site and every school site is like a little community in its own. And maybe if you would talk to the principals or get feedback from staff to see what it is that would really not only engage them but benefit them to hear. I think that would also help with attendance because you could have a general one about something that's very important.
but sometimes if people can't connect or it's not in their realm of reality at the time or it's not what they're going through, they won't come. And my other suggestion would be, but you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
So,
Yeah.
but yes.
No, those are great. Those are really.
My other thing would be, and this is in an ideal world, if you could have the presenter just present in the language, it helps so much more. You lose a lot of people when it's like, when it's translated and it's very complicated. You had some really good ones, and I attended, but I do have to say, I'm blessed that I could read and understand and I understand English a little more fluent than other people. So I just feel like what a waste of an opportunity for them to get this information. But thank you so much for doing that.
Yes, absolutely. Those are some great ideas, and that's what led me to start Las Platicas, is because I noticed that in our family engagement series, which is all remote, we weren't getting a lot of our Latino families joining. We always had someone there to translate, but we didn't have a lot of people joining. And so then I thought, you know what, I think we need to do these in person in the communities. And so we actually did a CRIM training in Espanol. We had myself and Silvia Rodriguez, who is a CRIM trainer. She's from Los Angeles, came up and we presented, and it was well attended. And I agree. I think that presenting in Spanish, and as it becomes more known as, las prácticas, it's en español, vamos a aprender. But we always have translation, right? So that if someone is there that doesn't speak Spanish, they can put on the little headset and also benefit. So.
Sí. Muchas gracias por todo el trabajo que haces.
Sí, de nada.
I have two more quick things before you wrap it up. One thing that I wanted to say that you touched on is involving the parents, and I think that's really important, and I'm glad that you're doing that. And the second thing I see that you're doing is you're using data, and I think that's really important too, to know that what we're doing is actually working, especially with our limited resources. We need to make sure that these things are working and helping our kids, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if it's okay with the board, and Rosie remind me of the procedure for this, but given it's 8 o'clock, we've been sitting for 2 hours, I would propose that we take a recess, 10 minutes? So return at 8:17, and Rosie, we need to have a second I'll make a motion, we have a second and a vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back. Yep. everybody for the short break. And we will get back to our agenda. Item 5, we are up to 5C, 2023-24 enrollment and staffing update. And, unless Bianca's not back. Oh, there she is. Perfect. Bianca, we're ready when you are. Oh, she's accompanying Leticia.
Here, let me play MC honors here. Director of Pupil and Personnel Services, Bianca Forrester, will be presenting the enrollment and staffing update. And this is a kind of a regular cadence of activities in districts. We look at just basic staffing just so you can see it. And you'll have an opportunity to ask questions and hear comments before you ask questions. And Bianca, take it away.
Yep, and just to kind of reemphasize that protocol Sean just mentioned, we will hear the presentation. We have 2 comments on this item, and we will hear them after the presentation, and then we'll open up for questions and comments from the board. All right, thank you, Bianca.
It's red? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So good evening, board members and Superintendent McFetridge and our deputy superintendents here, Leticia and Jesus. It's so nice to see everybody and to the members of the public and those of you who are at home who are watching this. So I'm here to just present an overall general picture of where we are with staffing at this point. So please follow along. There we go. Okay, so this is our total enrollment and our total elementary school staffing. So at Kings Mountain, we have 42 students enrolled. You'll see that last year there were 53. Total FTE, these are classroom teachers, are 3. We have a 0.5 FTE in special education. And then for enrichment and other programs, we have 2 FTE, and those include science and PE, and that is funded by the PTO to a large extent. So the actual FTE for Kings Mountain is 5.05. At El Granada, our enrollment this year is 333 students, up from 321 last year. The total classroom teachers are 15. Special education, there are 3. And then enrichment and other programs is 2.5 FTE, and that includes at El Granada, the ELD TOSA reading specialist, the ELD TOSA, the reading specialist in science, and then we're hopeful that we can recruit some PE enrichment as well there. So the total actual FTE for El Granada is 20.5. At Hatch, there are 543 students, stable from last year at the same number. The total classroom FTE is 23, special education 2.5, enrichment and other programs, which include reading intervention and physical education, bringing our actual FTE to 27.8. At Fairlawn View, we have 155 students compared to 162 last year. We have a total of 6 classroom teachers, a 0.5 education specialist, 0.7 enrichment and other programs. That includes PE and science, and then the actual FTE is 7.2. So the average elementary school student to teacher ratio across the district, you can see here in elementary at Kings Mountain, it's 14:1. At El Granada, it's 21:1. Hatch, it's 24:1. And at Fairlawn View, it's 26:1. These ratios do not include El Granada SDC students, so that ratio would actually be even lower than what is listed here had I included them. Moving on to Cunha, so at Cunha Intermediate School, you can see that last year there was 579 middle school students. This year, the enrollment, and we do know that declining enrollment across the district is something that's a reality that we're facing here. There's now 545 students at Cunha Intermediate School with 25 classroom teachers, 4 education specialists, and that shouldn't say counseling and other programs. I apologize, there's 2 counselors. So just to be really clear, it's 2 counselors. That brings our actual FTE at Cunha Intermediate to 31. And then, so the average student to teacher ratio at Cunha Intermediate is 22-1. And I just wanted to make the point that staffing could be even more efficiently, and, you know, we could bring this ratio more in line with contractual class size limits and save the district money in the future. So that's just something to be aware of. At Half Moon Bay High School, last year there were 1,016 students. This year there's 981. The total FTE at Half Moon Bay is 45.7. In special education, we have 7 ed specialists there. We have a higher number of special education this year because as our ed services director, Martha Ladd, has made clear, the high school has a bubble, a group of kids who are coming through, and so they need higher number of staff to serve those kids' needs at the high school there. And again, there's 3 counselors at the high school. So the actual FTE for the high school is 55.7. So the average student to teacher ratio across the school is 21-1. And again, in exactly as I was saying about Cunha, that staffing even more efficiently to contractual class size limits could bring this ratio more in line with our contractual class size limits, and again, potentially be a cost saving for the district in the future. So as you know, it's a priority. We share the parent priority to have every student be met by a teacher who's a qualified teacher, to be clear. So we work tirelessly to ensure every classroom is staffed. At Cunha Intermediate School, I wanted to make the board aware and the public aware, we had a math teacher who resigned in late June and a science teacher who resigned during the first week of school. We did hire a new science teacher, and that person, unfortunately, as of yesterday, decided to, after spending some time in the classroom, felt that the assignment was too overwhelming for that person, and so they decided to not take that position, but I have somebody else who has that position who is very qualified and who everybody at the staff really likes, and I have a plan for the math teacher vacancy there as well. I understand that for staff, for students, for families, it's not ideal, and we are faced with staffing challenges, particularly when people depart the district towards the end of June, that last week of June. Hiring season is pretty much over by the mid-spring. And then at Hatch Elementary School, a Spanish immersion 5th grade teacher resigned on June 29th. The last day to resign is June 30th by Ed Code. And so that left us with a vacancy. So we are currently working with County Council to bring aboard a teacher hired from outside of the United States to fill this position. And I'm hopeful, although there's a lot of hurdles through the H-1B and UCSIS process, I'm hopeful to bring this person on in October. I am really happy that we have a qualified, long-term guest teacher in the classroom who has experience subbing and is getting a lot of support, both from the administration team at Cunha Elementary and from Dr. Batia's curriculum and instruction and ed services department. So that's where we're at. And I'll step aside for public comment.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll bring up Carly Rogers first.
Good evening. I apologize, I'm going to speak quickly because it's 3 minutes. My 4-year-old daughter was enrolled in kindergarten without my knowledge and despite registering her for TK in May. I've spoken with Natalie Cabrillo, met with Ashley Weigel, Bianca Forrester, James Faust, and emailed Jackie Sullivan, Letitia Batia, and Superintendent Sean McFetridge. No one will tell me what happened beyond saying it was human error. I've been met with condolences, but offered no viable remedies. An apology will not change the fact that my daughter was not given the opportunity to start her school career at her assigned neighborhood school in a developmentally appropriate grade level. This experience has exposed policy inadequacies as this district moved to a new registration system. Furthermore, it has exposed a lack of real problem-solving skills from some of the district leadership. This has created significant stress and anxiety for my family. It's caused anxiety for my daughter. Pushing my 4-year-old forward to kinder as a result of human error will negatively impact her education and future throughout her adolescence and into adulthood. It needs to be fixed. I want her enrolled in the developmentally appropriate grade level at her neighborhood school. My daughter is one of 5 kids known that have suffered human error and were placed in kindergarten despite not meeting the kinder age requirement. Countless others also had issues with the registration process. This experience was exposed that the district has not publicly provided policy information on your website related to enrollment and universal TK. Where is the board policy, and why can I not be provided with this information in writing? There is no communication to confirm a child is registered and enrolled, and there is no communication about a wait list or having limited spaces for TK. A number of the kids in the current TK class were registered for the immersion TK program. Once that program was canceled, did those children take priority over the kids registered for regular TK? Where is that written in the board policy? If TK was full in March, as I was told, did the district already plan on not having dual immersion TK since those kids are now in the TK class? If TK was full in March, why was staffing not addressed then and no other TK teachers hired? Last year's LCAP action item number 2.7 budgeted $100,000 for dual immersion preschool, but the school used a grant for $45,540 instead. Where did that $100,000 go? This year's LCAP action item allocates $100,000 for dual immersion preschool again. The program was canceled, so where are those funds going? Why did it need $100,000 when it used $46,000 last year? And why did those extra funds not go to staffing TK or towards the teacher's stipend for a +1 so my daughter could be added to the TK class? I'm seeking guidance from this board on how the enrollment debacle has impacted my family and others, and ask for real public transparency on these policies and budgeting inconsistencies. If necessary, I'll enlist my public partners and the local media to help me discover what happened to the $100,000 for the non-existent TK immersion program. I would much prefer the board publicly and transparently respond to this issue, rather than offer apologies and shifted blame. If not, you can plan to hear from me again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carly. Next up, Aisha Barrow.
Good evening. First off, I wanted to say thank you to Carly for speaking up and having the courage to say that. You've heard from me many times last year. I had a similar issue with enrollment and the lack of transparency. I've moved beyond it and past it, doing fine. But I am hearing that it's happening to a lot of other parents. And for every Carly that you see here, I've heard that there are many other parents who are just moving on. And I think that's not okay. I think there needs to be more transparency. Because as you've mentioned, Sophia, a sense of belonging is really important. And the enrollment process is the very first experience that people have with the school, and whether or not they feel like they belong, are seen, and are wanted. So, like I said, I've moved beyond it. My daughter is next on immersion waitlist. I don't even know if I want to be in that program, based on my own experience with it. But I still want it to be fixed for other families in the future. TK, Spanish immersion, these programs have limited seats, and there needs to be transparency. There need to be policies. It needs to be something that has an objective process. And right now, there is a lot of work that needs to be done there. Beyond that, like I've said, I've moved beyond it. We are having a great year thus far. I was very pleased to see a lot of engaged parents in the PTO. And you mentioned, Sean, that you have a difficult job in having to take a lot of different perspectives into account, and I hear that, and I think that's true. And I hope that the PTO can become a partner and have a seat at the table, and that's why I'm taking time today to come to this school board meeting, and that's not the only school board meeting that I will plan on attending. I plan on attending every single one of them, or having parents from the PTO come, because we want to come here to you as a united voice so that our problems, just like the one that was just mentioned, are heard and not just dismissed. So that's one problem that I will keep on fighting for, not just for my daughter, to be clear, but because it needs to be fixed for the school as a whole. The other problem that I would like to highlight that's been mentioned at PTO is the parking situation at Hatch. We've seen from the enrollment data that it is a very crowded school. I know that school site has spoken about it and has decided that it's going to be the way it is, but I would like that parking situation to be reevaluated. And I have personal connections to Christina Corpus, the sheriff, and if we need her help, if we need the sheriff's help in getting assistance in having, the parking situation be monitored, we can call on that kind of help. But I think we need to hear more parents' voices on whether parking needs to be more accessible to parents that are coming to Hatch. Thank you.
So on the presentation, questions or comments? Or the comments? Kim, you want to go first?
Sure. And first, I just want to acknowledge, while we can't ask questions of the people that spoke tonight, I want to acknowledge that we do appreciate you lifting your voice and sharing your concerns, both Carly and Aisha. Thank you. Bianca, I appreciate the presentation and all the stats and the numbers. One of the things we've talked about in previous meetings, but we don't have here, are the number of administrators. And I'm wondering if that's not, I mean, I kind of notionally know how many there are, but so we could understand with declining enrollment, what the decision process is and the balance for having site administrators. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I can, and next month I'll come and I'm going to do a deeper dive next month with some more data for you all, so I can include that in greater detail. So we do have an increased administrative footprint, which we're at Cunha Intermediate School in particular. We brought on Victor Guzman Contreras, and he's our Dean of Students. Part of the reason that he was brought in was post-pandemic, the needs of our students were really large. And for a school that size, with the needs that we were seeing for the students we were seeing, we felt that we needed to provide more robust support vis-a-vis that. And I think the data show that he's been very, very successful in that role.
If I may interject here too, I want to remind the board that before last year, there was a 60% dean position that Aaron O'Connor Brown actually served. So this was a 0.4 increase at that school. And that's okay. And I do want to say, when you're on this campus, you do see, I think it has been a dramatic change. And especially with having a Spanish-speaking dean who is well-versed in restorative practice and does a lot of family engagement himself. And I know Jeff Clinton, as the principal, really appreciates that. So there is that 0.4 increase here. Sorry, Bianca, I just wanted to.
No, and I appreciate that. I was new to the district at the time that transition happened. And so when Aaron O'Connor Brown took over El Granada, we brought Victor in. And so it was an increased FTE of 0.4 there. And I do want to also mention and highlight that Victor brings with him a wealth of experience in restorative practices and restorative circles. And so he's been leading restorative circles at Cunha, which have been culturally competent and well received by staff and students alike.
Right, and perhaps next month you could also speak to the demographic district line changes, because when you look at El Granada and Fairlawn View right now, in terms of just like, if you think about one supervisor to X number of teachers, it would look like a 2-to-1 difference on those two campuses. And so, again, just trying to think, how do we maximize the utility of all of our administrators and placement? And at some point with declining enrollment, would we need administrators to cover more than one site, or are there other creative solutions in there? I really do respect all of our administrators and everything that all of you do, but I'm just trying to ask that question in a way to understand what these scenarios are.
I want to speak to that also a little bit. You'll see, for example, Kings Mountain. Kings Mountain has not had an administrator for the last, a dedicated administrator because of the size of the school, since I've been here. It wasn't my decision. But we have, Holly Wade, Martha Ladd's predecessor, and Martha Ladd have served as administrator sort of on call there, right? Thank God for Debbie Silvera as a teacher leader there. And then James Barnes. In the past, Jason Owens, Bianca's predecessor, would have served double duty doing pupil and personnel services. Clearly, that was not sufficient service for Pilarcitos High School or for pupil personnel services. And so we did create a coordinator of student services, James Barnes, who when he left Cunha, he took that position, but he also serves at Pilarcitos, as you well know, has recently gotten them WASC accreditation. So we have increased some supervision simply by adding extra duties. So I think it is an important thought for us. In full transparency, we also last year had David Jones as a student success advisor at Halfmoon Bay High School, kind of a quasi-administrative role, paid for that mostly out of grant funds. And currently, after the vice principal, assistant principal left last year, Jennifer Schwen, David assumed that role. You approved that at the last board meeting. And Mike Berrigan serves as a student success advisor. And we do cobble together and braid funding so that you can use grant funding on the student success advisor. And he serves as an athletic director, and he's in the classroom. So you are seeing us inventive and trying to invent and use grants and other funding, categorical funding, for these purposes. But I hear this sometimes. Has there been an increase in administrators? There's been an increase in some dedicated duties, both here, 0.4 at Cunha, and at the high school, and in particular because of the concerns that we heard about behavior and social emotional wellness. And so that's the rationale for those increases.
I'm given the permission. I also want to say that shortly you're going to see a grant presentation, and it's about $4 million, thanks to Israel, James, Martha, Bianca. Our entire team is actively searching and writing grants at probably, I think, an 80% success rate, I would guesstimate approximately with my math calculations. So many, even though we may see some administrators that have increased appetites and at different, serving different purposes, 100% of these positions are grant funded. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Great. First, I just want to thank you so much, Bianca, for sharing with us kind of the bird's eye view and committing to come back to us with more, because I think given that staffing is what typically almost 90% of our spending as a school district, I think it's really important for us to see and understand. And I was personally surprised to see like how low those student to teacher ratios were. Like that's phenomenal. Like, and I know there's wildly different numbers across classes, and I appreciate your working with site leadership to figure out equitable ways to allocate staff for the students' most urgent and important needs. Not that they're all not important, but some are more critical and life-altering than others. And I think we need to be really judicious about how we do that. But just kind of like as an overall number, those numbers are incredibly low. And I think that's, that was a surprise to me to see how those numbers were. I was curious when you refer to special education specialists, are those paraprofessionals or are there other job?
No, this is only certificated FTE. I didn't include any.
Okay.
I didn't include any support staff in this presentation.
For special day classes. Okay.
No, and we also didn't include the special day class students and teachers when we were figuring out the ratios.
Yeah, that was. I think
that's really important.
Yeah.
I do want to point out that we've done the work. I can tell you exactly. I mean, I have a spreadsheet. It'll tell you exactly how many kids are enrolled in each class at the high school and at the middle school. And so, for example, like we have an ELD 1 class because we anticipate that we'll have more newcomers who come throughout the school year that is currently enrolled at 3 students. And then we have other English classes that have 34 students or 35 students in them.
Yes, it's kind of, you have, I guess, opportunity to be more thoughtful and make sure we continue to allocate well.
What are contractual limits for the?
160 student contacts per day.
That's
for secondary.
Secondary. And what's primary?
So it goes along with the CDE. So we have the TK3. So the TK, you're not allowed to add a +1. So you can only have 24 to 2. That's current. I know there is a proposal that the governor is considering to drop the ratio down to 20. So we'll see what happens with that. That would be 25-26 school year that would occur in. And then we have 24 to 1 in the kindergarten through 3rd grade classes, and then the 4th and 5th grade classes can be up to 34 students. And these are district-wide averages, so the way that you figure out whether or not you're in compliance is you look at your average across the board. But then we also do have contractual responsibilities vis-a-vis our CUTA partners for when we have additional students in the classes.
And just to clarify, Bianca, did you say the special, when your category, special education, what was included in that category? Like what job titles?
So those are just ed specialists. These are simply teachers.
Okay.
This is 100%.
100% teachers, that's what
Special education teachers, ed specialists, yeah.
That makes sense. I have to say that the having 2 people missing, or 2 roles missing at the beginning of the year, given that those resignations happened late in the year, last year, June 29th is pretty late, given the 30th is the deadline, and thereabouts, I think, is really amazing. Like that's really amazing. It speaks to what Sean said about like the investments we're making in our staff. Like no one does well when we're like when we have lots of holes, right? And I won't pick on SFUSD. However, Carmen's probably aware with her school district, and they opened up with a 20% vacancy rate with their teaching staff. Like for us, we had 2 missing out of what? How many teachers? Like 150-ish?
Yeah, we had about 147 to 150, depending on what our enrollment is.
Yeah.
So with declining enrollment, yeah, exactly.
So let's say that's 1%-ish.
Yeah.
I just calculated them.
Yeah, I mean it's been a
That's
challenge.
pretty amazing. Yeah, but I think that's really important for our staff to be supported, to have yourself dedicated to not only make sure that we're pulling in and recruiting the right people, but supporting them throughout, that we have James Barnes more fully supporting our students, both at Pilarcitos and as this issues escalate in individual schools. And also appreciated that exchange and interchange with Kim and Sean earlier, because Kim asked numbers, Sean gave the numbers, but also the story, and I think that's so important as we're looking at data. Mary Beth and I often geek out about data, and sometimes it's the numbers, but I think it's important to also know that data doesn't just include quantitative data, and it also includes the qualitative data. So to hear about Mr. Guzman doing restorative practice circles, like that's not traditionally what you think of as administration, right? People think administration is like paper pushing, like, you know, whatever. Like that's not what our administrators do, and I think certainly David Jones has demonstrated that at Half Moon Bay High School, where he's working with students very directly. These are kind of like they often, I see that our administrators working with like kind of the escalated cases, right? That maybe need more support from what can be provided in a classroom. Tardy talks, or, you know, whatever, you know, the various really cool, meaningful things that are happening with our students through, sometimes it almost doesn't matter as a category, like staff or teacher or administrator. I don't know, I don't care. It's more like what is the service they're providing the kid, and how are we working together to make sure we identify who needs it, and we have the qualified staff that's getting trained, and that's training, you know, people to give that service to our students, and to oftentimes work with the families, right? Because they are, an important part of that team as well. So I appreciate that conversation about data because it does need to be richer than just kind of looking at a spreadsheet and figuring out what is this number, and this looks bad, right? It's like, well, there's a story behind that. So I just want to voice my appreciation for that too. And also, Caroline earlier mentioned the Healthy Kids survey, and I just wanted to loop back because it happened to be I had that tab open in my computer this week from something I'd seen a while ago, and so I had looked at that survey that she mentioned, and I also looked at the staff survey, and I was really happy to see that this was, I think the latest one was 2021 and 22, so the year we came back after remote learning, because the remote learning was 2021. The results were pretty good, actually. Like, it actually, you look at it, what is actually people feel pretty good about our community here. And I think that's important to know, like, again, also important data to see that and to appreciate that, like, well, of course, we all have our days, our ups and downs, and that's normal. But I think we do have a really uniquely cohesive community here where we're unified, we live and work in a beautiful setting, like unparalleled. I'm sorry, no offense to any other school district, but come on, this is like amazing. It's amazing, and we get to see each other and our kids grow up. Like, I've known Catalina since kindergarten, right? Now we're sitting here on the board together. Like, this is something that is so unique and so amazing, and I think it's easy to take for granted when we kind of like get in our day-to-day things about, like, you know, Schoology is like annoying, or, you know, I haven't figured it out, or like, you know, my checks whatever, or like there's some trash in the bathroom or whatever, like whatever it might be. But just really, to me, that reflected in that data was really encouraging to see that there is that broad sentiment. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. And
I did just want to mention that I think a change since I've taken over the Human Resources Department, that we've been looking not just at staffing at each elementary site either. So when you talk about the number of students per classroom and what that looks like in a master schedule, the other thing that we've really been analyzing is how many students per site, per teacher, and what does that look like across the elementary schools, because we do have a duty to staff to contract, and we do have a duty to staff efficiently. And so, you know, it involves conversations, but I did just want to mention and highlight that that's work that we have been doing, and we've been doing it over the last 2 years, since I've been on board. And I don't know what the process was before I joined the district, but I just know that that's what's kind of led to more efficiency in staffing at the elementary level.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that caught my eye as well. Like, obviously, with the smaller schools, the ratio is going to vary year to year a lot more, because at a school like Kings Mountain, which is like plus or minus 50 kids each year, like, you happen to have a big year and you're 55, like, whoa, that changes your ratios a lot, right? In Farallon View, I think as a small school, we're going to see that as well, and start to see, I see it being managed more through what you would expect, like what we see at Kings Mountain, for example, or even at Hatch, because it's been 2 programs. So I see staffing has always been managed as it should be. Almost, you have to manage it as 2 separate schools in that regard, with regards to the classrooms to some extent, although you can get some crossover between the 2 programs. So I'm wondering if, like at Farallon View, for example, that is small, like, are they starting to look at how they anticipate having split classes more? Because when you're smaller, like, you're subject to change. And I remember in immersion at Hatch, it was always like, well, it's just sometimes an awkward number, and you have to have a split class because you're not going to have like 2 separate classes of 20 kids each. That just that can't work. We don't have that luxury. So that's a long-winded question to say, how are you handling smaller elementary schools and split classes?
I think I work closely with Dr. Bhatia and her team to think about instructionally what's the best thing to do, and, you know, and then Sean with his guidance, and we talk through with our school leadership team, and then but I do think that you're raising a really good. I mean, it's something. These are hard conversations we're going to have to gauge in, full stop. I don't know any other way to say it. So if you're going to run really small schools, then like Kings Mountain, you're gonna have split classes. With the TK, with the movement of students from Pillar Ridge to Farallon View, it's possible. However, the TK enrollment that we were anticipating and that the CVE was anticipating simply didn't materialize this year. That's just a reality across the state, and that has been true up and down the state with all the HR leaders. It just didn't materialize. And so we don't know, and so it's really hard to predict. And I think being willing to engage in those difficult conversations, to educate our parents about what that means, to educate and to work with our teachers to find creative solutions. These are just going to be hard conversations ahead, and I think that we at the district office are well acquainted with the fact that we need to engage in this work, and we have begun engaging in this work with our elementary school leaders as we've begun to staff more efficiently through attrition. So Farallon View, for example, had an additional 0.5 FTE last year, and they don't have that this year any longer. You'll see that they had roughly 15 more students last year, or maybe it was 17. So we have to, if you don't have the number of students there, then you can't support the FTE. It's just as simple as that.
That sums it up.
Well, I just want to point out too, look, it's not something we'd like to do, and after COVID, we did it expressly. Try to keep, coming back from COVID in a year remotely, we did expressly try to artificially keep class size lower. We do not have that luxury now. If anybody stays for the unedited actuals, and if anybody heard what I spoke about at the top of the meeting, and what we've been talking about for months and months and months, is we do not have the luxury of low class sizes. We do not. And no district does. In my last district, there were split classes, and people get accustomed to split classes. We've always had split classes. I know one of the board members was mentioning to me the other day that their child was in a TKK split years ago. This is going to be a reality we deal with. And at Farallon View, back to your point, Sophia, it's challenging, and I did meet with the PTO there in June because there had been a proposal on the table to split every class. And I just said, no, we're trying to minimize the number of classes that we split and have combo classes. That said, you can't create a class for a number that is not efficient. So not in this day and age, not with the funding we have, not with the issues we have. Number one for us is we have to start staffing efficiently. And I don't take that work lightly, and I understand that it's not, people love low class sizes, but there is a contractual class size limit, there are state class size limits, and we need to be efficient to staff to those because we will be making hundreds of thousands, mind you, millions of dollars of cuts, and we're trying to keep it away from the classroom, but we have to staff efficiently. And at Farallon View, that has meant some combo classes. Historically, every school in this district has had combo classes, and not just this year.
It's the norm where I come from in larger systems.
It's got to be the norm in smaller systems.
So my question, I want to go back to lift up what you were saying, Bianca, when you said the TK students did not materialize. Was this, we were projecting X number of classes?
The California Department of Education did have a larger projection for TK, absolutely, and we anticipated the need to run 4 TK classes, 2 at Hatch and 2 at El Granada. And when we were looking at our enrollment over the spring, it just didn't happen, it just didn't materialize. And so then what we did is we drilled down to look at the addresses. Where do these students who are enrolling live? And that was where the decision to open 2 TKs at El Granada was made, and the decision to have a single TK at Hatch was made. And these are difficult conversations and difficult decisions.
If I understand correctly, even kindergarten is not required by the state. Is that correct?
They're not compulsory. Kindergarten and TK are not compulsory grades.
So it's a value added that we have.
Yes, and also when you're basic aid, you do not get compensated for transitional kindergarten staffing, as I'm understanding it. But with ADA you do, with local control funding formula you are. But I want to make this point too. This was, boy, I went through a lot of discussions with this. There was a lot of advocacy. You saw it in the last spring and into June, where folks from Fairlawn View, when we were talking about boundary changes, were saying, they flipped the script, and I'm just going to say this honestly, and they started saying, well, you know, we're not here about the boundary. We love the boundary. We want to get Pillar Ridge back like we had them before you took Moon Ridge, you know, before Moon Ridge came to us, and you just got anyway. What they shifted to was, we want our TK class, and what I told parents there was, if the numbers support it, and I have fewer people needing to drive from Fairlawn View to fewer people driving from El Granada or south to Fairlawn View, I'd open a TK. I had the debate with my colleagues here. I said, oh yeah, we're going to open a TK at Fairlawn View. The numbers didn't come out. I think it was about 8 students, and we then decided, okay, we have to open that second TK at El Granada. I didn't like it because politically expedient, convenient, pragmatic for me to put a chicken in every pot would be a TK on every school. I couldn't do it because I had to look at weighing the rights of the individuals against the rights of the collective. And I had to say, you know, it's the old Star Trek quote, right? So I guess I had to say, well, look, now we're going to have like 12 people driving from El Granada and south or Hatch up to Fairlawn View to have a TK class there. It doesn't make sense. In my old district in Alameda, we had centralized TK. We had TK on the west end and on the east end and in the central. And people always wanted TK in their neighborhood schools, but you couldn't afford to do it. So this is going to change too, because the laws are going to change around TK. But you know, I'm sorry, this is it's a tough thing. We've been able to offer TK spots to everyone, but it is not always at their home school. And I wish it were different. And that is done basically on enrollment date. And I do agree, and I'm just going to say this, I'm not going to comment. I look forward to speaking about it to other folks and to staff. I do think we probably need to clarify the policy so that that is clear. But we do it by first come, first serve. We enroll, we put out there, hey, this is the enrollment, and, you know, and then we offer a TK spot where we can offer it, and if we don't have a TK spot, like we have in years past, folks here know, we may have a TKK split.
Well, I just want to say 2 things. Like, that has been the norm. I don't think the split classes are anything new. At the early levels or 5th grade, I think it's come up, you know, all throughout the elementary school. So I think that's important context. I think also important is, now I'm blanking. First grade, no, I just blanked. I know. It was what Bianca said about speaking with Leticia about like preparing instructionally, and again that idea and what you said, Sean, reminded me of my experience as a parent in this community, which is like sometimes I don't want to say, it sounds trite to say we've got to make lemonade out of lemons. But to some extent, like we hear so much from Kings Mountain about how they use that split to their advantage, that I feel like, you know, maybe there's something we can learn from that, right? Like intention, use it with intention to you know, around the instruction. Also thinking about how we're a pretty small community here on the coast side, and how like over time, like kids, the lines between elementary schools, and I don't know, Catalina, how you feel about this, but like, it becomes like kids play soccer together, kids do art classes together, kids eventually come to Cunha together, and it's like, oh yeah, my friend from Picasso preschool that we went together, right? And teaching's in that weird like intermediate zone too, where it's like, because I hear a lot of kids, my kids went to preschool over the hill because that's where I worked and I had to have them close to me. But a lot of kids that went to preschool here, so it seemed like, oh, we went to Picasso together, or we went to CCP together, and then they get together again, like at like Cunha oftentimes, right? Like, so I think it's something to me that, like on the coast side, I don't feel like this is San Francisco, where it's like so big and complicated. You're talking about going from like Bayside to like, you know, Outer Sunset. It's like completely different world. This is like, it's like pretty fluid, and I think when you're small, you've got to be agile and flexible, and things like we could use that, we use that fluidity to our advantage, and it has benefits too. So I'd say with any challenge, like when we look at it, like for what's the benefit, or what, how can we leverage this and use it? It's like, well, it's really nice to get to Cunha. You knew a kid from your earlier stage. So yeah, Catalina, I'd love to hear your experience.
Yeah, I was in 2 split classes in elementary school. So I was always the younger grade, and I think that being the younger was in putting myself back in that perspective, it was always kind of cool. Like you're like, oh my god, I'm with the older kids. And then now, like junior year, like once you get to high school, you start combining completely. Your classes are no longer, you have like 2 classes maybe with your grade. You're combined completely. And I think, like, talk about sports too. Sports, you play, like, some people like, oh yeah, I played soccer with them all through elementary school, and they went to El Granada. You kind of have these like weird like splits between the schools. But then, like, I think the combination, once you reach like middle school and high school age, when you start to combine in the classes just like normally, it's kind of it has a good precedence for people to be able to work together. And I feel like, because like there's a bunch of people like that just graduated that I was so sad to leave, because I was able to work with them in group projects, because they'd be like, oh, hey Catalina, you want to come join our group project, because we knew each other in like the 1st grade. So I think that was I think that was one of the benefits of those split classes, because I got to know so many people that I still was speaking to my junior year of high school from 1st grade when they were in 2nd grade.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I even kind of took, sorry.
I also want to comment on the split classes. When I started working in Federal U about 15 years ago, they had a program that was very, very popular. They called it the Duke program, where they had split classes, K1, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and the students were able to stay with the same teacher for 2 years. And it was a very, very popular program.
Yeah, I think if we can kind of think outside the box, there can be advantages, and I appreciate Catalina, you mentioned too, like, that's cool, I didn't know about that program. I'd heard about that concept, but again, it kind of gets back to my earlier comment about, like, shaking ourselves a little bit sometimes and getting out of that mindset of, like, things, we've always done it this way. We've always had kids segregated by grades. Like, well, why not sometimes blend them, right? Ideally, you do so in, like, a proactively thoughtful way. Life's not perfect, so it's never going to work out like that 100%. But I hadn't even thought about the fact that high school classes, like, I kind of forget. Like, there are a couple that are like English, right? It's like kind of set in history. Yeah.
Grade for English and history, but otherwise every other class is combined. Like, I'm in a class for AP biology. I'm one of 5 seniors, the rest of the class is juniors, but like it is a completely combined class. Like, they're all combined. You're working with students from different grades. There's some classes like seniors and freshmen. Like, it is a completely combined thing. Like leadership, we had all 4 grades. So like you're ready to work with everybody, which I think is really important to like start adapting really early on, because if you don't have that kind of regulation to be able to work with people of other ages, you're not really ready for that high school environment.
Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you so much. Well, we kept you here.
Any other questions?
Further questions?
If I may, I just want to, look, I understand for all the years that I've been working in administration, it's not always perfect. And we always talk about this in enrollment too, which is like kids don't come in batches of 24. Kids don't come in batches of 32. Kids don't come in batches based on the teacher contract or the California Department of Education rules. There are folks who are going to be unhappy, and that pains me. I'm happy to speak to the public commenters about this. I do think there are always improvements to be made, and I accept that. And I think the idea of transparency is the, I'm just going to say it, is the word that I heard. If we need to work on our website or work on our board policy or administrative regulation to spell out more clearly what will happen when we have over-enrollment in our grades, we can do that. I think that is a growth area, and I accept that and hear that. And in my last district, we had that, particularly because in Alameda, you had 10, until I had to close the school, 9 elementary schools, and everybody wanted their local school that was like, you know, within 4 or 5 blocks from their home. I mean, they had a wealth of schools. Also, The schools are different than they are now or used to be, much different neighborhood schools. I feel and have compassion and on behalf of the district, apologize to those who at sometimes must be redirected outside of their neighborhood school or do not get placed. And we try to keep the choices the best we can. So I want to acknowledge that. And we will look toward policy changes, transparency changes. And I would and I will be the one to charge our staff to look into that and see if we can bring that back to the board this year.
If I may, one of the tabs open on my computer right now is the tab around elementary school enrollment. Frequently asked questions, what the policy is with all the links. So the team is absolutely working on that. And I do really appreciate the leadership that we have here with Dr. McFetridge and the compassion and the interest and really a service model of leadership. We've been hearing from our parents that that's an area of growth and it's something that we're working on actively.
I would be remiss if I did not, as we close this presentation, give kudos and gratitude and thanks to Bianca Forrester and to her team who work very hard to make sure that we're hired up and that enrollment and staffing happens, which has been very challenging for public schools up and down the state and across the country. It's a very challenging job. People don't go into HR and student services always because they feel like every day is going to be, flowers and rainbows. It's a very challenging job. I greatly appreciate your service in this regard. I thank you for it. I thank your colleagues for it. Jackie Sullivan, Mike Carey, Steve Goldberg, Fabiola Becerra, et cetera, et cetera. James Barnes is a colleague for student services side of the house in Florecitos. It's just an important team. Do we get it right all the time? No. Could we ever get it right all the time? No. Can we improve? Yes. And I expect Bianca will do that. I know Bianca recently sent an email and a parent, I won't name them, recently saw me in town and said, oh, I appreciate the email that Bianca provided. I do think we have a long way to go to explain and take time. I'm happy to meet with anybody to discuss this. And of course, there's always room to improve.
I want to thank you, Sean, for taking on that action item and kind of think it through, talk with staff and decide like what level of communication needs to be improved. Is it a website? Is it during the enrollment process that things need to be more clear? I don't know that it needs to be a policy change per se. Maybe it's administrative regulation that needs to be changed. It seems fairly operational of a question that we've been discussing, but I will look to you to kind of determine with staff what the appropriate follow-up level will be. I also want to highlight that I know how hard you work and I know how hard your staff works, and the results are showing. Your job's only going to get harder, as we all know, and I want to just say that as a precedent to our conversations ongoing about housing and how we've got to continue working the traditional and the untraditional, like more HR methods that we're doing, but we've also got to think outside the box around what as public educators in the state of California and beyond do we do in terms of how we attract and retain our workforce. And there's certainly some progress happening at the state level in terms of paid internships and things along those lines, which I fully put to the state to solve, because they need to solve the pipeline issue in that regard, 100%. But if we can show I think about the housing piece is like we show our students right now, and I have talked with a number of like recent graduates in particular, and I can imagine some high school students as well. Like I think of housing as like, it's not for us, it's not for me and Kim or any of us here. It's maybe for Catalina, maybe for Catalina's peers, and maybe for people that are thinking, do I want to be an educator? And Mr. Cox, talked about that earlier, about having that passion. Like the reality is, if people feel like they're not going to be able to live here, or they're never going to be able to move out of their family's home, which in some cases maybe that's fine. In some cases, like it's not an option. If we can offer some support on like one of the most critical issues with regards to the cost of living in the Bay Area, well, the most critical issue, which is housing, that will allow us to not only attract highly qualified educators, but a diverse workforce of educators that we need representing our students. So.
Workforce housing has been wildly successful in Oakland and the other places here on the peninsula where, and teachers love it, and classified members. I love the fact that this district is looking at it for all of the workers, not just for certificated. I think from an equity lens, that's a really important North Star, and I really appreciate that. So I did just want to mention that you're right, staffing is going to continue to be a challenge in the years to come. And I appreciate you for surfacing that in reality, because it's true. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Bianca. All right.
Dr. Bhatia, I want to encourage you to present from your seat.
Actually,
yes, the
overview
overview
presentation.
By Catalina.
But go ahead.
5D, I'm sorry, overview of Cabrillo Unified School District grants.
Okay, so I had mentioned this earlier, that many of the new positions, and this includes over $500,000 in positions for teacher specialists that we have to credit their work and their collaboration with district staff in really seeing that support for, but they're going to present. I'm not. No. Sorry, thank you. But maybe just keep it up there. Thank you. And so I did want to say that that funding has gone mainly towards support staff that's working in collaboration with district office personnel. And tonight we do have Martha Ladigan, Ishael Castillo, and Bianca Forrester on behalf of James Barnes, who is with another teacher on special assignment, getting trained on college and career and pathways. So they're currently at a training, but again, all on grant funds that are meant for specific purposes, for specific student subgroups. And this has been a team effort. I mean, many times, if you ever come to the district, we have multiple people coming through the office, from pupil services personnel, from Martha, from Mishael, and I just want to give the entire team a heads up because it's definitely been a journey, post-COVID, us having limited funds, but thanks to this group of staff, our teachers on special assignment, our administrators, we've written over $4 million in grants over the last couple of years, and they're here to present and highlight many of those grants. I know we still have some that may not be included, but please proceed. And I'm sorry, Rosie, would you mind? That I didn't need to click, but then I didn't want to swing the clicker from here. So if you don't mind just clicking to the next slide. It's gone up to about 4 million now, and rising. Thank you, Israel. I think you might have the first one.
I do. I have the pleasure of starting with the first one. Our first grant that I'd like to share with the board and the community is our Community School Partnership Planning Grant. This is a wonderful grant because it focuses on the whole child. Sometimes we think about students, as long as you go to school, you're going to learn. But when we start thinking about the whole child, we think about all the needs, all the essential items that they need, the services, the health, the community development, the youth. And this grant will give us an opportunity to focus on those areas, to connect our families with ongoing local supports. So right now, we're in the process of developing. We got the first grant, the planning grant, which will give us an opportunity to dissect data, look at the trends, see where we can focus. We were able to qualify for this grant under two schools, Hatch Elementary School and Cunha. It is based on the needs of the district. Free and reduced lunch was one of the categories, and also the dropout rate. Of course, that's nothing to be proud of, but that was one of the limitations that allowed us to enter our foot and receive this funding. It is for $200,000 for 2 years. We're excited to start working on this grant and looking at data first instead of just trying to figure out how can we spend it, but being strategic. I'm working with Drew from the Adult Ed. We're collaborating, working as a team, and trying to figure the grant out. Right now, we're working with somebody from the county. They've hired a county coordinator for all the grants because many counties got the same grant, so they have somebody at the county for support as well. Next grant is the San Mateo County Summer Enrichment Grant. It was interesting. We had our principals meeting, and some of the conversation that came along is principals that worked during the summer. They were so impressed on how well the students that attended either an early educational system or summer school, the retention of information is really important. So this Summer Enrichment Grant gives us the opportunity to focus on the economically disadvantaged students and increase support during the summer. Sometimes our parents may be going to work. We may be left without parents at home, and I think this really provides opportunity not just to learn new things, but to continue to progress in academics. It's focused on foster youth, English learners, and our homeless students as well. And this one is for $75,000. And that one can vary. I believe last year we got 100, so it varies based on funding opportunities. This one I'm very excited. I'm excited about all of them, but this one really excites me because early literacy is so critical. I myself didn't learn how to read till 3rd or 4th grade because I never went to school. But I know based on the statistical studies, it indicates that if you learn how to read and write by 3rd grade, it is a big factor on how well you're going to succeed in college, in high school, college, and also in your career. So I know the struggles are there, but I feel that just having this DIBELS 8 assessment really gives the opportunity to intervene in the Tier 1, allowing us the opportunity to have data chats with teachers, focus on how can we help you support by creating intervention groups. I'm excited. It's very nice, and that's $193,000 that we get for literacy instruction. We already started. We're almost done with all the assessments for our T1. We'll be doing it 3 times a year, and I'm excited to see the data. We have been having some difficulties with our technology functions, but we're getting that straightened out, and we're collecting data with pencil and paper, and then we'll transfer it over to the system and report it to the county. And it's great because we'll be able to collaborate with other county officials and really get some things done in regards to PLC, professional learning communities, and see how what they're doing. They may help us with our student population as well, and vice versa. We can collaborate and share ideas and plan strategically. The Career Technical Education, CTE, this grant basically allows the opportunity to learn something that students can really integrate into their career exploration. It offers them hands-on experience. I know that as I was growing up, I got an opportunity to do some welding, and it did help me as a teenager and also as a young adult. I think it's good to expose the students. At the end of the day, it's their decision, their choice, but we should provide them with opportunities. And I think this is a good opportunity to get academic knowledge and technical support to explore such as media, entertainment. Basically for Cabrillo Unified School District, these opportunities are focused on various different grants. We have the Carol D. Perkins Agricultural Incentive Grant, career and technical education incentive, and a strong workforce grant, and then college and career access pathways. Given is a total of $540,000. This is an opportunity for our students to really have pathways, and I believe by allowing us to focus on these specific areas, like agriculture, we have so much agriculture here, and it could lead to becoming a scientist, a biologist, but it's just those opportunities where instead of just paper and pencil, it's those hands-on opportunities. That's fine too. The next one is our famous categorical funding. Through our categorical funding, we're able to consolidate our application reporting, which is the CARS. This offers districts an opportunity to apply and also to report expenditures based on qualifications. For the Title I, sites must have at least at 40% for economically disadvantaged, and that's usually reported by the free and reduced. I know last year we had some difficulties because since the lunch is free throughout California, I think we have to continue to incentivize our parents to continue to apply for free and reduced lunch. Because I'm pretty sure the percentage is much higher, but we just don't apply for it. So we have some work to continue doing there. But here in the Title I, we've allocated the specific funds to those sites that qualify. The Title II is the support effective instruction. Title III is for our English learners. And then the Title III, we didn't receive any of this for this year, but for the Title IV, student and school support, we have a 10,000. And that's total combined, giving us a total of 201,122. For the consolidation application, the CONAP, it's used by this CDE to distribute the funding. So they use their formula based on the reporting that we do. So we do have to go into the system and report the specifics for each specific district, and then that's how the funding is calculated. There are districts that qualify for 40% in economically disadvantaged, and they get a lot more funding because it's district-wide instead of specific sites.
Thank you. And I think the next slide is both ladies, actually, because the first grant CRM is Martha, and I think the second one would be the James.
I can present them both because we both applied on the same grant. So the DHCS has a number of different rounds of grants. And so when the Trauma-Informed Schools grant came up, James and I worked together with the rest of the Ed Support Services team and the Early Childhood team, Resolve This team, and we came up with two ideas for grants, one based on the community resiliency model, which you heard Caroline talk about earlier, sort of about making that more robust in the community, and then a restorative justice, restorative practices model about rolling that out and having more support for that. We're supposed to get award notices in June, and then in August, and now it's the end of September. So we're hopeful that at least one of us, one of those applications will bring some money to the district for these important intervention programs. We have, these are different educational support services grants that we had, and also reimbursement monies. So we had a dispute prevention and dispute resolution apportionment. Our apportionment for it was $39,000, but I got $114,000. So about $75,000 more. We had a learning loss recovery grant for special education, and we recovered $179,000 in our efforts during COVID. We recovered $179,000. We annually receive a state mental health grant, which supports our mental health programs, our interns and our associates, approximately $130,000 a year. And then our federal mental health grant, which mainly serves our students with disabilities who receive mental health as part of their IEP. And then this is we were also part of the Mental Health Student Services Act grant, which we call affectionately MHSSA. And this was a 5-year grant. We're in the 5th year of that grant. We had a 1-quarter FTE student wellness counselor at Pillarcitos, access to the referral service Care Solace, where we can have form handoffs to a referral group to help families get mental health services. Connect with Kids is a social emotional digital learning platform for students in grades K through 12. And then we also had various mental health screening platforms. The grant amount awarded for the 0.25 FTE was a little bit more than $22,000, but we also had all these other little goodies that were given to us by the county, so there wasn't a cost associated with it. And then we have a special education early intervention grant, and what's cool about this grant is from what Jesus and I heard at our last CELTA meeting was that it's going to be an ongoing grant. And it's for not just students in preschool who qualify for special education, but also for pre-referral. So to help sort of this prevention arm to help give kids the skills so that they aren't going into, or aren't necessarily being identified for special education, but are getting the help they need when they need it. And there's a lot of data or research coming out that says that we need kids to really be ready for kindergarten in literacy in a way, in a real academic, solid, rigorous academic way. And this funding, Rosalva and her team and I are meeting on Monday because we already do have assessments that we use for students that we're going to use to sort of develop our plan for this funding. So we're very excited about this. And our EAP grant is our Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, which is the full inclusion preschool program. And you can see the fruits of those labors in the new preschool playground that we have over at Hatch, as well as if you were to go inside the classrooms, a lot of great stuff happening there, a lot of professional development. And as I mentioned a while back, so far right now we have 2 students fully included with a goal of having 5 fully included possibly by the end of this year. And it's all based on ratios for classes, so as we're able to add classes, we'll be able to really flesh out that full inclusion program. And the grant period for this grant ends in June 2024. It's coming June. That's it.
So we're awarded $250,000 for our middle and early college grant program. These grant funds will help us to expand the vision for Pilarcitos High School. I want to talk about that a little bit because part of getting WASC accreditation, that's just the first step. Because Pilarcitos really can transform from a school for students who are struggling learners into a school of choice. And thereby it will create more equitable outcomes for all students. So we're really excited for our students to be able to take part in an early college program, and we're looking forward to developing and building this out. So we hope to oversee partnerships and qualified staff to provide district students with access to post-secondary level courses and training in a coordinated fashion. So this is really articulation with the junior colleges in the area. This is a passion of mine. Manage concurrent and dual enrollment, and then guide students to facilitate their enrollment into programs that will connect them with viable careers and post-secondary access opportunities. So this would be a nice complement to the CTE work. And so we're excited to be looking at how we can staff a dual enrollment coordinator. Sorry. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. Now, the next one that we have is, apologies, I got too many things here. The Get Healthy San Mateo County grant is, I just want to say a massive thanks to Lizeth Bendon. She was really the driver behind this grant, and she's really competitive and really wanted us to get this. And we were actually up against the County Office of Education, and we won it. And so it's really exciting. So Lizeth and James worked, and they let me have a little piece of it and work with them a smidge, but really, Lizeth's really got this done. to write the Restorative Justice Restorative Practices Program grant. And so we now have an RJRP facilitator, and this person's going to be working on developing circles and coaching teachers who want to implement RJ and RP in their classrooms. One of the things that we know about the restorative justice model from back in the day in Oakland, when it was first realized, is the strongest elements of that program is to start in the classroom. It should be classroom-based. So we're looking forward to facilitating circles to restore and repair relationships across the district, to conduct Saturday sessions with staff, with a facilitator, and then this will be collecting data applicable to RJ and RP implementation. So RJ restorative practices, RP restorative practices, so restorative justice, restorative practices implementation. And so bringing that back to our district and site leadership. And the idea is to lead the design in how our restorative justices, restorative practices training can be used during professional development time across the district. And we were awarded $140,000 for this work. So the LCSS Learning Communities for School Success Program grant is written so far. So James wrote this grant, and it is to specifically, it can cover a lot of things in the way that James articulated it, and I know that he met with Martha and Caroline to get feedback, and so that whole team, and you can see all this cross-team work. You can hear that, you know, I'm working with Israel and Leticia and Martha and James, and we're all cross-working together so we can make sure that we're aligned in our work. So I just really also wanted to highlight that aspect of the work that we're doing behind the scenes. So this is specifically for credit recovery program for students with disabilities, including also, in addition to that, an attendance initiative for all students with targeted 2-tier and tier 3 MTSS attendance support. So these are kids who aren't coming to school. They don't feel engaged. They don't feel like school's a place that they want to be. And then the Future X College and Career, and we've heard a lot from the community about our need to really move forward on the A through G, and I know that you all have tasked Dr. Bhatia to work on this as well. And part of that is, you know, to work on grade-specific initiatives so that students and parents and guardians understand what this is. And so part of that, the money from this grant will be used to support that work. In addition, we'll be doing attendance events, and these primarily will focus on engagement events for families whose students have chronic truancy. However, we see these attendance events as reaching out across the school to all kids. We want to also celebrate kids who come to school all the time. That's really important. And then outreach team, so under the coordinator of student services, so that's James Barnes, this effort will assemble teams for each school site to reach out, to visit and engage with families whose students are chronically absent. So these are home visits. And then finally, transportation coordination. Why some of our families, and we know that transportation here on the coast is a barrier. Some folks can't get to school. So what does that look like, and how can we support them? And so this grant amount awarded is $420,000 and $420,450, and it's a grant that will be multi-year.
And then I think I'm next. But maybe Rosie or I can hand that.
Oh, I can do it.
Thank you. Or you can swing it. I'm a good catcher. Okay, so. Okay. So after 9, things don't really add up in my head. But okay, after school programs, we have 2 main grants that really fund 2 major after-school programs. One that has been in existence for quite some time, and this is the new one. So maybe I should switch the slides. But this newer grant, it's called Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, also known as ELO. So you're going to hear that, yes. So we love acronyms here in education, but basically, Expanded Learning Opportunities, it's expanded is placed there because It is to expand the experience of students after school. We have received now for a couple of years approximately $1 million, to be exact, $1,054,457. And it is to support everything above and beyond after school. It is not to supplant the education. Interventions are part of the main school day educational program. So the training that our fabulous Rosalba continues to receive and actually has been certificated in being an ELO coordinator, she did clarify that with us, that it is not that we cannot give intervention. We're supposed to give above and beyond expanded and enrichment activities like visual arts and performing arts. More so of a not intervention, but maybe like a homework club where a teacher can come in and kind of help out, but it shouldn't overtake the whole after-school program. Field trips could be part of this. Visiting the library, visiting the local gardens, and the age range where the ELO funds are to serve are TK through 6th grade. And right now, I believe, and I know Jesus and I had these conversations, the grant amount, it is secured for this year. We're not sure what the ELO grant amount will be for the following year, but our teams at Rosalba, and again, we all work together with Bianca and Martha to make sure that our students with special needs receive that level of support after school as well. Israel, making sure that our academics and our curriculum is provided to the after-school program. What we don't right now, what we're looking at is making sure that we offer an after-school program, but like Jesus says, braid some funds for students that qualify and that meet a certain criteria in regards to their economic status. The program is free. But we also have, and Rosalba and I are working with Jesus and the business team in determining what threshold in regards to the home salary, right? How we're going to charge a certain amount, and right now ELOP is offered at Hatch and at El Granada. Okay, the next slide is our ACES program. Yes. So our ACES program currently is being offered at El Granada, and this is called the Dolphin Club. It has been in existence for over a decade. The ACES funding is not as much as you can see as the ELO program. It is $152,000, and we continue to offer ACES currently for 3rd through 5th grade at El Granada Elementary School. Our goal, again, is to braid the funds and expand ELO to increase and offer after-school services at El Granada for grades that have not been served in the past, which is 1st and 2nd grade. And again, this is a team effort with Rosalba leading our after-school programs, working with Jesus and determining an after-school program where should a family qualify, it could be free, but should a family want to pay and contribute to the after-school services, we can also offer that at El Granada. And the next slide, I did something. One more slide. Do you want to talk about this?
So Drew wasn't able to be here with us this evening, Drew Gammett, and he's the director of our La Costa Adult School, but so he did want me to review this. So the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act is a federal law that replaced the previous Workforce Investment Act of 1998 as the primary federal workforce development legislation to bring about increased coordination among federal workforce development and related programs. So that's a lot of word salad to say something important. We are increasing La Costa's footprint. Drew wanted me to make sure that I highlight that you see that graph going up, 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 up. And so specifically, we're transitioning to post-secondary education and providing classes for supporting the parents of students in K-12 education. And so we're starting a high school diploma program at La Costa Adult School. I'm very, very excited about it. And Drew wanted me to make sure that I said that, you know, this increased funding really results in better outcomes for our community and a larger program at La Costa serving more people. So we couldn't be more happy. And just for me on the HR lens, I'm also really happy for the work that's being done here under these grants at La Costa because we bring in more and more staff for whom they're not heritage speakers of English and they might need more support, and Drew's there to help us as we do that. And I know that he's been speaking with Leticia and her team about other ways that they can increase the footprint over there and serve the community better. So thank you.
And I think he has a standing agenda item at our DLAC meetings, like last night, right, Israel? He always presents and recruits our families, and does a great job presenting.
Yes, we've been partnership since last year, so he's been attending every single DLAC meeting and recruiting from there. And parents know him already. I mean, he's become a role model, and he's given them an opportunity to learn English. Some of them come in and already start greeting me in English, and I think that's great to see that the progress they've made in 1 year to dedicate themselves to the classes and learn English. So he's a great partner, and he continues to come to our DLAC meetings.
So thank you, team, and in summary, this is $4.5 million and growing, and our teams continue to have. I mean, we have a very long spreadsheet, and we're trying to keep track of all the funding. I did want to point out, and Jesus will always say, right, like we have operational costs. So with these grants come also increased need to operate not only on the fiscal side, which will equal more staffing at the district. On the technology side, many of these grants will lead to an increase in curriculum or online programs, access to families, increased hours for community liaisons. So all of this has a positive effect with, yes, $4.5 million. And there are some operational costs that we may not see at the front, and that is, I know that we had talked about it earlier. We see an increase in staff, but again, all grants funded, and this is across multiple departments, not only the departments that presented here. So thank you, team.
Thank you. All right, questions, comments?
First, I move that we go after 10 o'clock. Because you'll call me on it later.
I'll second. Till
10:42.
Guys.
I'm going to submit a friendly amendment. We have a few more agenda items, including budget. So let's see.
So far, every time we've gone like 30 minutes over what I said.
And then it works.
Okay,
it's good. So let's say 11, and we can always approve it. So a friendly amendment and motion to go to 11.
10:42. Can we have a 2-minute final?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0, thank you. 5-0.
And then I want to say thank you for this presentation on all of the grants. My question is, for the overhead and increase in tech support and community liaisons, does that delta get paid for by the grants or by our general fund?
We try to include it as part of the grant. The reason why I said that comment is that a lot of times we do increase staff, and you're going to see that both in classified and certificate to help implement the grant, right? And then it is included as indirect costs, which I don't have the number memorized, but we're trying 9%, is it like 9% indirect costs, approximately? And so we include 9% for indirect costs, 2% in the grants. And so that money then is filtered to, it's still not enough, in my opinion, but we try to include that as well, and time cards. So that's, yes.
When you talk about $4 million Does that start, what's the time frame? When did that start? Was that including last year, or?
So these grants, I would say a year and a half to two approximately, and they have different start and end times, right? Sometimes when we apply for we did not include the timeline here, but certain grants started let's say a year and a half, 2 years ago, and have a 4-year period.
So you're
and
not
others are shorter.
including grants that are over in that number?
No.
Ones that you got for 2 years and that was
Oh, that
4
would be
years
close
ago.
to like 8 million.
Okay.
We
So
have
these are
grants.
just active grants?
Active grants, yes.
And does not include many millions of dollars we got for COVID pandemic relief, right? Like
No.
ESSER grants, obviously you didn't mention all those, so that's several million additional dollars that are being managed by those indirect costs as well, forms. Okay, that sounds good. And I know you presented that previously too, so that's why I was thinking, I know that's a huge number in addition to these grants that are procured proactively. So thank you for that.
I did want to say one more thing, and that part of the operational costs are the staff here. We're constantly writing reports, pulling data, because all of these grants come with some more detailed reporting requirements, and all of you, like I know that you would agree, and some tedious, some easier, but again, that is the reason why we need some staff that are funded by grants to help us make sure that we follow, that we meet the grant deadlines. Because that's part of the MOU that we have when we accept the grant.
I mean, I think this is amazing. Like, this is a lot of work, but it's a lot of money, and it'll help kids, so I thank you all.
Well, I just want to say the board did ask for this presentation last spring as we sort of teased it. And I just want to say, and I'll cheat or I'll reveal myself, I have been spending some time sending an email of appreciation to the team about this tonight. You know, Jeff Clinton, the principal here, often says that it takes teamwork to make the dream work. This is a huge, heavy lift. And it brings a lot of money to us. So I don't want to, I'm also cognizant of our guests staying so late, and I apologize for this being a late meeting and always taking so long. But I do want to thank our team for leading this. It was a heavy, heavy lift. And you guys bring in a lot of money, and we're doing some big, hairy, audacious things. And I do appreciate that Jesus and I just today were saying to Leticia, okay, how are we going to do two things with the same dollar? Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, and thank you to the team for working so hard. And I just want to also encourage Bianca Forrester, Israel Castillo, and Martha Ladd to go home now. And thank you for coming tonight. Kevin, I wish I could provide you the same.
Sorry. So thank you guys. This is phenomenal work, and to be able to make investments, targeted investments in what our students need. Every one of the things that you guys described and here has meaning for our students, and I love hearing about dual enrollment and early college appealer students and making it equal, not lesser than the comprehensive option that students have here. I love hearing about the after-school programs and being able to think about getting creative about how can we sustain those in the future through and address some of the needs that even Erin O'Connor-Brown spoke to today in terms of after-school care. It's not our job to provide after-school care for everybody, but if we can leverage continuing to build community among our students by having a hybrid program of, I don't know what you'd call it, like for pay, paid for. Yeah, I don't know, but like where you pay for it, where if you can afford it, you pay for it. If you can't, it's free. Like, and to still qualify, if you qualify, it's free. It kind of continues that idea that the state has started, continued with regards to free lunch, right? Like, it's not just you get it if you're that kid, right? It's everybody gets it, and it's like there's some behind the scenes work that kind of the grown-ups figure out how it happens for everybody and how you make it sustainable. But I appreciate that as well. And I appreciate, I don't know if the specific program that La Costa is running with Hatch, the ESL program, I think that's a fantastic, really excited to see that pilot happening. The ESL program is targeted for the Hatch parents. I hope that works out and it can be successful, because I can definitely see potential for that rolling out for middle school grade families here. And high school's complicated. It's hard to be a parent of high school, even when you've been through high school, been through college, been through graduate school, sitting on the board of your school district. There's a lot to figure out to be able to support your students, even though they're more independent. Like, you know, so I'm hopeful that that program for Hatch can be successful, and that it can then be expanded to, hopefully, to other schools where I could see kind of the continuum of family engagement happening from the schools directly, but also through this like back-end support around some of the basics that the schools just don't have the bandwidth to do. So, all
Well,
right.
and thanks for listening, because we did ask for this, so
Yeah,
we're glad to see it.
thank you.
So.
This is great.
Dr. McFetridge directed us and we delivered, I hope.
Absolutely.
I'm very grateful.
Yeah, you delivered for sure.
All right, so if there are no further questions or comments, we'll go on to we'll close that item, go on to the next item. 5E, public hearing and adoption of resolution 16-2023 regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for the 2023-24 school year. I don't know whose item this is. That's you.
So, yes. So every year, I'm sorry, give me 1 second, yes. Every year, because of the Williams Act, we are to bring to public a resolution to ensure that we have enough sufficiency of instructional materials. Now, that sufficiency of instructional materials means that we have placed the order of the materials. We've worked with the site principals. If there were any new teachers that came afterwards or shifting of classes, we may need to order, but at the time that we pulled the data on instructional materials, we had sufficient materials. Keep in mind that similar to last year and post-COVID, there continues to be a printing and a paper shortage. So some of our books continue to trickle. Even today, there were boxes that were trickling into Hatch. But we are here today to say, part of my department, Educational Services Department, that we do have sufficient instructional materials. And should there be new students, we will order those materials and make sure that every student will have a textbook and every teacher has a teacher manual.
Great. Okay. And so process-wise, because this is public hearing, should we open the public hearing and then comments and questions? Okay. So hereby opening public hearing on this item, the public hearing notice regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for 2023 to 2024. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing Kevin doesn't have any. Not exactly the public anyway. We will close the hearing. Open to questions or comments from the board. Seeing as there are none, we will go to vote. Actually, do we need a motion to approve first, probably? So do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second?
Second. Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Kimberly. This is a resolution, so it requires roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Aye. Carmen? Aye. Lisette? Aye. Mary Beth?
Aye.
It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And seeing that it's been 2 hours since our last break, I'm going to propose that we take just a quick 3-minute break so we can stand up for a few minutes. If that's okay, Jesus? I'll make a move. Okay. I'll make a motion for a 3-minute break.
And then, second, Mary Beth? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take a 3-minute break and resume at 10 p.m. precisely. Our next item is 5F, approval of the 2022 to 2023 unaudited actuals. Dr. Contreras.
Well, good evening, everyone. My first thing is to remind us that education is a state function, and the state does fund core. And what I mean by core, it funds that in ed code is you're going to be, thou shalt have this many minutes at every one of the classes, and thou shalt have this grades, and thou shalt have these courses. So that is the core that we need to always keep in mind, that that's what our legislators give us in the now local control funding formula. So that's how public education is funded in California, through the local control funding formula, and that is for core. Now, there is the state grants and entitlements. Leticia and her team presented some of those state entitlements and grants that are legislated for specific purposes. But now, those are added to the core that the state funds. Now, there is also the federal funding. The federal funding that it supplements what the state provides. So some of the grants and entitlements and federal entitlements are part of what you saw that, and that is what Leticia's team puts all together. Core plus federal and state entitlements. What we got also during the pandemic, it was a number of one-time funding, state and federal, for very specific purposes that were in some way a little bit broader, because we were talking about supplementing the core that needed to be because of the pandemic. So keeping that in mind, as we look into our actuals, that we're going to be then looking at what is it that we're doing. So we are tonight presenting to the board what is called the unaudited actuals for 22-23. And this is the very moment every year where we really have the actuals, how much we spent on what. And that is what we are presenting to the board. The board packet has this document that contains how we spent the dollars in 22-23. I just bring this to you to remind you that every single year we are running 3 different years. We are bringing in, when we brought to you the adoption of the 23-24 budget, we brought you the estimated actuals, and now we're bringing you the unaudited actuals after the books were closed, and it really gives you what we spent on what. But we already have an adopted budget, and the document that you received, what's in the packet, is the contrast between what we spent in 23-24 and what we budgeted for 22-23 and what we budgeted for 23-24. So that's what we're bringing to you, and it's called unaudited because the auditors have not yet gotten this. We will bring this audit report in December. So, and that will be the end of 22-23 when we bring you in by December the audit report of this. So let's see what happened during 22-23, which is what the unaudited actuals are all about. Well, in 22-23, the first interim, we were bringing it to you saying, like, we might not meet our financial obligations. And you heard me saying that, and then we, the board approved as qualified that first interim of 22-23. Second interim, which was all of the activities up to January 31st, then again, we were saying we are deficit spending, and this, we might not meet our 3% reserve, and the board approved it as qualified. That got our SMCOE radar and saying, 2 qualified, let's see how you look like by the end of April 30th and see what you would look like as a district and your projections up to June 30th. We said negative. We brought it to you and it's a negative. So when we brought to you in for approval the 23-24, we filed it as a negative. So we are currently on a negative 23-24 budget, adopted budget. What does that negative mean? It means that we may not be able to meet our fiscal obligations for current year and 2 years out, which is what is legislated. I just gave you a copy in here of what the 23-24 looked like, and the little circles underneath basically saying we are not meeting in 23-24. We anticipated not to meet our reserve and so on and so forth. So you got in there the unrestricted column, then you got the restricted column, and we looked into the revenue that came for unrestricted core, those dollars that we get for core, and then the restricted dollars, which are entitlements, which are grants, which are funding with a purpose. And we bring all this together, and we were anticipating that we were not going to be meeting some of our fiscal obligations. That puts us into, so on the actuals, how is this going to look like? Well, Ed Code requires that we present this to the board and that we also send this immediately to our fiscal agent, the San Mateo County Office of Education, and that we tell you, and then we'll get our auditors to get us this report audited and bringing it to you to certify that. There are 2 important places where I basically circled in there for you. Number 1, that our fund balance, or net increase or decrease fund balance, we look at a $2.5 million that it would be our not meeting it. And on the next slide, basically the message is that our unrestricted unassigned reserve is 0. We basically don't have anything in there. So that's the basic message which is in this package. So I brought that to you, and just as a reminder that we would need to then take some action. And that action that we had talked about it, I brought it to you during the approval of the budget, which was filed as negative. That is something that in the next slide we will get to say. But in this packet also, you have each and every one of the funds that the district has. The one that I told you about right now, it's Fund 1. That's the general fund. That's the core. That's the core fund. That The Adult Education Fund, that's Fund 11, that is comprised of a number of grants of which you heard about. Some of those are federal grants and state grants. The Child Development Fund, that's Fund 12. So all of those finished with a, those are the ending balances that are described in this document. But you see in there that you have a Fund 21. We also have a bond. Our community has blessed us with some millions of dollars to apply to our facilities, and that's Fund 1 that you see sitting at 52 million that we have at this moment, with a purpose. Same like the other entitlements. This one, our community is giving us those dollars with a purpose, and that is what we are doing with it. And so these are the different funds that are present and reported in the unaudited actuals, but Fund 1 is the one that we basically are not, our operational fund does not have anything to speak of. Now, earlier on, some of those restricted funds, you got some of the wonderful things that we do have that are serving our children, but some of those are going against our part of our general fund. So the magic of Leticia and her team is to keep those grants to be independent, to be those grants that can pay for themselves, that there is nothing that goes and affects the general fund. Just to use an example, somebody was, I think Sophia was referring to liaisons. Liaisons were once in a categorically paid position. They are now wonderful things to have, and they are now in our general fund. Now, wonderful things. So we have a lot of wonderful things that on October 12th, we will be bringing to you some knowledge of something that we can, some of the wonderful, nice things that we might need to think of not having. And that's that. But that's on October 12th that we will need to bring that to you. So what do we need to look into? Well, let us get some of those dollars that you authorized me to use, the rest of those arts, music, instructional materials, and in a discretionary grant, because to ameliorate, to some of our costs, we use some of that. You authorized me to use it for instructional materials, and you authorized me to use it for health and welfare. So that is the adjustments that we have to make. Now, one thing that we are having coming now is health costs is going to be increasing 18 to 20%. And that is something that we have to make good to all of our employees. So that whatever ends up being, in January, we have an increase of that magnitude that we would need to account for. Now, also we had FICMAT, the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team, at the request of our SMCOE, our fiscal agent. They were with us on August 29th and 30th, and they conducted a fiscal health risk analysis. So we're expecting to hear from them, okay, what of your practices need to be improved? What is it that we would need to do differently? And with that, and with an analysis of all the different expenditure that we incurred during the 22-23, then we have to come up with a solvency and fiscal stabilization plan. Basically, what is it of these wonderful things that we have that we will need to say, not now, not now. And I anticipate that it's going to be a painful experience. Getting cuts is always a painful, but it is going to be the whole community to get started with this. Thus far, our team, our district team, and our school team has been collaborating to see what potentially could be those nice things, wonderful things that we have that we might need not to have. And we are going to be looking at current year and 2 years out and see how that might look like. So we will get to the board by, next month, by October 12th, a list of a number of things for your consideration. Now, we would also, Bianca brought us the whole notion of the staffing. So those are considerations that we're going to have to say, well, we're going to need to start, as we will need to start, so that we can stay within the funding of core. And then also use all of those state and federal entitlements and grants as with the purpose of that, which goes back exactly to one of the questions that we have had in the past is the restricted dollar is a dollar that we cannot use, but only for those purposes of that dollar, and that's one that that's why we get the unrestricted and restricted, and the restricted will never be part of what would be used for purposes of core. So we have been, since we have had 22-23 with 2 qualified and 2 negative reports to the board, we have been having the San Mateo County Office of Education and Deputy Superintendent Kevin Utama is one who has been designed to be our fiscal mentor, our fiscal, and he is exercising that it is required by law, ed code, to make sure that our business gets into solvency. So that at the end is what the purpose of this is. So that is what we are looking at, a consideration for 23-24, and with that, this is an action item bringing you the unaudited actuals. Any questions from the board?
So we want to take a motion to approve first, and a second, and then we can go to questions and comments.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, questions and comments?
I wish I had both.
Oh, I was just, thank you, Jesus. I know this is a hard conversation to have, and all of the answers aren't here for what we need to do. What I want to hold up is that tension between the values of all of the grant writing that has been done, whole child, and that we don't simply come back with proposals a month from now that starts lining out, line item things, but consider, what are options, and try not to pit one thing against another. It's a yes and, that we may have to sharpen pencils to be holistic about it. But when I see the first line here, adjustment to cuts of the art, music, instructional materials, discretionary fund. Well, okay, fine. One of the big chunks of change that came out of that line item was science textbooks. And, you know, the label is arts and music. So we've seen systematic cuts there, and I know we're trying to do more with the VAPA plan and music for minors, but at the end of the day, what's a different creative solution that helps keep that going, that supports the whole child, but maybe shares staffing across campuses in a different way, or shares administrators across campuses in another way, or what, you know, beg the question, and at least come back to the board, not just line items, but that you thought through what are impacts to class sizes, a couple of if-then scenarios. You know, there's some things we can't touch and others that maybe we can. So my ask is, you know, I know I'm recalling some years ago with a previous business manager that could look at the whole budget and touch the cells on the big screen and say, give us those if-thens and what those impacts are. So my ask is that something that we can have a little bit of if-then in the recommendations that come back to us next month.
Certainly, certainly. And good thing about this grant that you're referring to, that I'm reporting to, is that was a grant. Now, fortunately, we have the ongoing Prop 28 that is going to be ongoing dollars. That grant was only for 2 years, and it started to be for us $1.7 million, and then Sacramento said, no, during the May dance, May tango, and for us ended up in being 800 and some. But we have the ongoing now from 28, which is around 400,000.
I just want to point out too that it was, I think, June of 22 that I pointed out when that money was coming out, that it could be used for many purposes. And I called out and signaled at that time, I bet districts will be using this money for all kinds of purposes because it is a slush fund. We are grateful and fortunate that the voters have taken money, and I think they're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, but there will be dedicated dollars for arts and music, and Leticia was at the county last Friday hearing about those dollars, and so Kim will look at that. But I hear the subtext of that, which is, hey, let's not cut there. You know, let's try to avoid cutting there and think about the whole child. And you will see in the strategic plan that that's explicit about our holistic approach. So I hear that very loud and clear. I do think that Jesus is going to be working with the Budget Advisory Committee and has been working with staff to identify places where we can keep these cuts further from kids. That said, we do need to staff efficiently. You know, can be no favored child here. We need to staff efficiently. We need everybody to pitch in. And the truth of the matter is you can't cut certificated so much, but we have to staff efficiently. There will always be certificated folks who will not be cut while others will be cut. I'll be honest about that. So you'll see more on that in the next month or 2 months. And Mr. Baltimore is here, and we had a great discussion today, and I think that this is something that is doable. Jesus has used the word painful. I don't think it's going to be great. You guys have been through this before, and we'll go through it again, and there'll be much gnashing of teeth, but we have to do what we have to do, and then this will be an exercise for us finally, I believe, with the support of the county office and their expertise and advice for us to address deficit spending and do something that we need to do. This has to be one of our strategic operations and biggest priorities of sustainability writ large, and we're here to do it.
I just want to thank you, Jesus, for the presentation. I appreciate your framing it in terms of core and supplemental funding as well as services that we provide to our students. I think that's a good kind of basic framework by which to think about these things and facilitate what will undoubtedly be hard conversations in the next few months. And I appreciate thinking about what you said, Sean, too, and just in terms of, and what we referred to in one of their earlier presentations, and thinking more about the functions and the services that we're providing to students. And it's related to, Leticia, you always show that peanut butter in the pantry thing. Like some things we do, let's face it, out of habit, right? Because we've always done it. And I think this is an opportunity to be able to get more operationally efficient and to say, we've always had, I'm just going to say this, I'm not saying this is a proposal, but like we've always had community liaisons do translation. Right? Maybe there's a more efficient way to do written translations. Oral's obviously different because you need somebody sitting there in an IEP or in a meeting or whatever. But maybe there are more, and I don't know that the answer is yes, but it's like one example of what I've thought about. Can we have written translations done more efficiently? Are there services in different countries that can do it at a better rate than we can with staff in the Bay Area to do something like written translations, right? So I see this as we need to be prepared for change and to be comfortable with saying, you know, we've always done something this way. Some things we're going to say, we don't need to do that anymore. And some things we're going to say, we can do that in a way that is more efficient and maybe sometimes even more effective. So I'm grateful that you're all working together to be able to call and go through operationally how we do what we do. And come up, sometimes you get more efficient by centralizing, sometimes you don't, right? Like, so I think looking to you guys to comb through everything that we do across the board, not only with our own staff, but with outside services, like with everything. And I know that's a big part of the sustainability pieces fit really well together, right? Like when we can be environmentally sustainable and invest capital into solar, that saves us PG&E, and saves us PG&E today, it's going to save us even more PG&E tomorrow because their rates are going up at a high rate. So, and I appreciate Mr. Beltrama also partnering with you. I know FIFMAT's been here as well to try to kind of get that other perspective, because I feel whenever we look to our friends and our partners and say, oh, hey, have you thought about this? It's like, no, that's a great idea. You know, and we can kind of like, that's the best way to get things done, is to kind of look for best practices and new ideas and innovate how we do what we do with those partnerships and with those kind of new, fresh perspectives. I think that's really critically important. And that becomes part of our process, and that becomes part of our culture as well. Financially, but also more globally as well with all we do.
And that collaboration, that interdisciplinary collaboration that we would have gets at the notions like, no, Leticia, that grant requires matching. We don't have the matching.
Yeah.
Those kinds of things.
No.
But it's a collaboration.
Yeah.
We work it together to make sure what's in the best interest of our students, the holistic approach to what Kim was saying, but in the best way.
I just want to bring up in the packet tonight, you also did receive the Cabrillo lack of going concern follow-up that we had from the County Office of Education. There was a list of things that we needed to provide the county office. Again, Kevin and Wendy and Vanita have been very generous of their time in working with Jesus and Jennifer on this. The meeting today, I think, was hopefully optimistic about us getting closer to that, but I don't think this is going to be over. I can't reveal what's going to happen. There's a lot of work for us to do in the next couple of months, and then there'll be a lot more work after that. This is going to be a long process. For folks who just think I'm going to fix it, there are no easy answers, to quote Ron Heifetz. This is going to be adaptive leadership going forward, and there'll be much gnashing of teeth and many difficult conversations and crucial conversations going forward, and there's still going to be the ambiguity about funding. with the state budget, with local control funding formula, and whether or not we put it back into basic aid. You can't really count on anything, and I think that's the thing too that I've learned as a lesson in this, is we can't really count on anything. So there will be more work ahead.
I just want to say thank you again. I know it's, you know, I do want to push to think out of the box to the extent we can, and not just the single line items. And the example I looked up, because a job I came into 5 years ago, the way I kept staff was to get people cross-trained, because there have been cuts in some areas, and sometimes you do lose jobs. But thinking creatively in how you can reassign tasks. And again, that's not necessarily for all the classroom teachers, but with other aides, with other administrators across sites. And I, you know, I don't want to, my goal is not to pit any one administrator against another, but when you look across campuses, my perception, based on the numbers, is that there's different workloads at different sites when you have the same number of staff. So just that consideration that we're able to account for the, you know, best use and value of people's skills and abilities.
I think that is a fair point, and certainly we will be looking at this and have been talking about this, each according to their ability, each according to their needs. Sorry to quote Karl Marx, not always popular in this country, but there are opportunities for us to look at, okay, we have 2 administrators at Hatch, we have 1 administrator at El Granada, we have 1 administrator at Fairlawn View. What might administrators at smaller enrolled schools need to do in addition to the work they do? That is a fair point. It's one that you've brought up over the years, Kim, and I appreciate it and understand it. Because if anybody has any institutional memory of this district, they know how we've seen Pilarcitos having a dedicated principal. We no longer have that. We stopped having that, and we still continue to have someone who does 2 duties. Similarly, you know, at Kings Mountain, we used to have a dedicated administrator. We do not anymore. And Martha pointed out to me today, oh yeah, you've got me doing all the special education work and, you know, stopping in at Kings Mountain on a regular basis. So, but it's just a case that we have to, more people are going to have to do more, and I've had discussions with Leticia about that too, about, hey, we're going to pick up this work. It doesn't mean we're going to use that grant to hire a new person. I've had that discussion with Mr. Baltima. I've had that discussion with Mr. Contreras, Dr. Contreras. I've had that discussion with Dr. Butler. So these are talks we're having. Let's not just assign something and put a body to it, to put it bluntly.
I also want to come back and say that to the purpose of the presentation tonight and the approval around the unaudited actuals, having reviewed the SACS report, it makes a lot of sense to me, and it flows and it's logical and checks out. So I'm comfortable with that as well.
It's an action item.
All right, so we had, yeah, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
Great, all right, thank you, Jesus, and thank you, Rosie. Let me get back to my agenda, which I knows Jesus again. 5G, adoption of resolution 17-2023, approving the GAN limit for the 2022-23 fiscal year.
After the passage of Prop 13, and there was another movement. It was in 1979, it was the let us not spend more money above the, put a limit to it. Ever since there has been, what is called the GAN limits. And every year we need to get the GAN limit, which is part of the packet that you approved. And it just has a resolution that the board has seen the 2023 calculations of the gun limits and the 2023-24 calculations. And the resolution basically looks at that for 2022-23 and 23-24, the limits do not exceed those imposed by Prop 4 back in 1979. This was amended, the procedure was amended by AB 130 in 2021, and now I don't need to send a letter into, but other than that, it stays the same. It's a resolution, and we send it to the board.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Questions, comments? Just one question, this is for me to just confirm, so this is adopting the GAN limit for the 2023 to 2024, the current school year, correct?
Correct, yeah. The form that you saw in there has also the calculations for 22 to 23, and then the 23, 24 expected.
Okay, got it.
The two of them.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I have no further questions. No one else does either. Let's go to vote.
Okay, this is the resolution, and it requires roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth?
Aye.
The item passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Item 5H, adopt resolution 18-2023, blanket authority to bid fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
Every year, we ask the board for authorization to get the limit for bidding up to $300,000 to a superintendent and myself, and then any contract below $50,000 that the superintendent and myself can contract on behalf of the district. This is a resolution to provide us the authorization to do so.
Do we have a motion to approve? So moved. Second?
Seconded.
Questions or comments? All right, we'll go to vote. Rosie?
Another resolution, and it requires roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth?
Aye.
This item passes 5-0.
All right, that's the end of general business. I'll read through the future events. Item 6, September 16th, the Saturday Special Governing Board Work Session and Closed Session, District Office Boardroom at 9 a.m. See you then. September 19th, Family Engagement Series, an overview of CUSD's school-based mental health and wellness supports via Zoom at 7 p.m. October 9th is a non-school day. October 11th is a Budget Advisory Committee meeting via Zoom, 6:30. October 12th is our next regular board meeting, same time, same place, here at Cunha at 6 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Do we have a second? Seconded.
Before you vote, because it's 10:39 and I know 10:42 was Kim Hines' magic number, I just want to pad for time for about 3 minutes. No, actually, I just, I just wanted to remind people, as we said at the top of the meeting, next Thursday, Brews and Views. And Sophia Lane and I will be there presenting with Brookwood Advisors on workforce housing planning that has been underway for some time, that we did poll the staff about. And then next Thursday night here at Cunha Multipurpose Room, will be the
community
community engagement meeting, and that's going to be the 21st, and then
23rd.
23rd.
Yeah, and then October 5th.
Sorry, next Saturday. Saturday, not this Saturday, the next Saturday, the 23rd, and then October 5th. Thank you so much. I also do want to say Brookwood Advisors will be here on October 12th. After we go to the Architectural Advisory Committee to present, they will come to this board meeting. And I'm not going to make it to 10:42. That's all I want to do.
Nice try, though. All right, we can vote for, no, we didn't vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.